Så forskjellen de får jo da, hvis du til gjengjeld penger for hver avspilling. Man selger en plate, så får man alt en gang, fordi alle kjøper platen en gang. Da får man ikke penger for avspilling. Så i det lange løp så vil man ha Curation. Da vil man ha.
Så er det litt å dele på sosiale medier.
Ikke sant? Ikke sant? Så det er noe i det store hele så veldig mye. Det er kanskje visse aktører i musikkbransjen som har tatt med. Jeg tror kanskje det er flest. Det er greit igjen.
Jeg hørte det er mange artister som tjener penger. Og det er mye lettere å få en konsert. Musikken har blitt helt veldig billig. Ja. Det er litt mye forøvring som det, at du kan sette mer på det eller
we actually looked for culture department. All on the best culture instead. Starting for like the other holiday. If we får en bibliotek, det var to bøker for den siden av det andre. En om David Bowie, en bildebok, så kaffetid. Og David Bowie, ja, du tar en bilde av han som han setter på toalett, paraden og sånn, så det er veldig. Men heldigvis, det har produsert etterpå. Akkurat sånn, det er de største rockband eller countryband i verden, sånn, de tar bilder av, they took them from a low perspective and like smoke around them and made them look like kings of music, and that was just like, wow, these guys really think they're awesome. And they're noen ting som men det er ikke
det er ikke verdens stjerner.
Det er ikke verdens stjerner i Norge.
Det er jo interessant med black metal. Det er black metal, og det største software vi har i Norge, så selv å sjekke det.
Ja.
De taler han i programmet.
Ja, det kan stige. Fyller liksom staten her på plutselig. Jeg klarer ikke å fylle
Sweden programmet i Black Hole i Norge, for eksempel, Graven.
Ja, Greven. Det er jo det derfor, ikke sant, at vi har, siden det skjedde, så har fått norsk black metal
It's to sound it's the real deal.
This is not the Lord.
Men det er litt til siden også, det er litt bullying i dette miljøet. Er du etter nok? Er du ikke etter nok?
Ja, på en måte. Så særlig i Norge i hvert fall så er det et freak-miljø, så de på en måte klinger seg veldig sammen. Det er lett å bli inkludert da, hvis du har det.
Men jeg tror alltid at de som drev med metall var de slemme. Jeg var liten fordi de var så aktive og sånn, men ble kjent med folk som var fattige. Så det er snillest.
Går ut alle i musikken.
Det slipper man for å de som ser snillest ut.
Ja, det er klart. De på høyre siden. Det var denne av de fancy.
Nice people, nasty people.
Hvordan kan du si ikke være på høyresiden og være for å hjelpe ditt? Hvordan er det mulig?
Vil du gå på en første date med Siv Jensen? Så ingen andre date heller.
Det hadde vært interessant å prate med noen som skulle vært så romantisk. Jeg ser så damer som jobber liksom hele tiden og skikkelig return og det er kult det liksom.
I just put on my Tinder profile. I'm looking for Mrs. Right, not Mrs. Right Wing. No Siv Jensen, I won't have your love, baby. I don't know. But like, list how I would pay for it.
I would rather
more. Jeg så en mette haken her, sånn her. Og så er det på Tinder.
Du får en date med list how du går og svømme. Du kan gå bada. Du kan gå og svømme.
Ja, svømme, ja.
Kommer inn på trappen.
Det er liksom mange av de politikerdamene, de blir liksom, etter noen år, så blir de liksom hardere, liksom, de blir noen herda, ja. Det er et kvart liv.
Kan vi jo så mye til å til samme igjen.
Solar. She's just no, she doesn't come across as strongly. Come across as like my favorite political politician in Norway at the whole time is Referral. I love her. I think she's my strangest. She's wearing this Marius against holding wood. You know, and she has mittens on. It's the most fake, authentic photo, or authentic, I don't know which it is, but it's beautiful. Because she was very good at getting Norway the world to see, bringing Norway out to the world. You know, she's been on the Who, or something called Rome. I think she was on the Rome, and then she's like a couple of others. Very international thinking. Of course, she wrote that. She was one of the authors of the Who thought. This is when you talk to sustainability professionals. They want to define sustainability, they'll often refer to her.
Yeah, she's on the same.
Yeah. So, she's good politician, smart, very cunning, smart.
And so, yeah, she doesn't seem like a typical politician. She seems a little soft in a way. She doesn't seem like this. Maybe not people either.
I don't really have strong opinions on her, but to me she seems fairly clear thinking.
Yeah.
She seems to have clear positions. She doesn't let humans. She's not really moved by her emotions.
That's common sense.
Yeah. You know, you're talking about the voluntary system. It's hard. It's hard to get us any agreement on politicians.
Is there such a thing? Absolutely. Or maybe we.
What's your favorite mafia?
It's the same thing.
But I sometimes wonder what politics would be like if you just remove the political parties. Just remove the political parties and keep everything else. Because it seems like so much ruined by just parties who just go into these endless cycles of
And like
trying to win elections.
direct democracy.
Yeah, something in that direction, maybe like single persons or that.
Well, then you would have Switzerland. They have a lot of referendums.
And it works.
But it's still like, it seems like this political parties really create a lot of problems.
They almost have Thanksgiving, right? They almost. But they put it on the agenda.
But a real free democracy doesn't really exist.
Sure.
The closest, I mean, Switzerland, China is probably the closest that you get to that.
Democracy.
But I feel they're uniform as a contract. That's kind of why it works.
You have a republic where you shift a lot of weight to the smaller parties. And what is the modified St. Louis system? The electoral system.
I don't know so much about it, but is it sort of like what we talk about, sort of a hybrid between centralized and decentralized? That Switzerland has more of this sort of very decentralized decision making, but they kind of have a centralized.
You have a president.
You have to vote. You're fined if you don't vote.
Really?
And
In all places, or?
that's a good question. That's a good question.
Because they have, you can vote for different stuff all the time.
Yeah, because I think they're struggling with not enough people actually voting for all the small stuff.
Okay.
That's what I've heard.
Too much. They over-democratize.
Yeah.
And so there should be, the big thing is if you want to have more democracy, you should make it easier access. Like in the U.S., we really, we do gerrymandering, come up with these words, which is where you draw the political lines so that your opponents cannot win because you've changed the electoral base in that geographic area to something which favors you. That happens all the time. Like they'll segment it where there's like 30% black voters and 70% white, and then there'll be 3 neighborhoods, right? It'd be a full black vote, and they win. Then they get, because of how they draw the political line.
Yeah. I mean, political lines are fairly arbitrary.
I think that if you want democracy to work better, you have to have a better media. Because propaganda and the media, the whole thing just falls down.
In 97 or 98, it was on Referral. Maybe but it was a picture of a banana and a pepper, and it just came on, and it was only like a 20-second blurb. Woodlands fruit of the growth of the father. And that was it. That was all they said, and then it was the next thing. I go, did that just happen? What the heck? What? Something, it was just like this, we were really, it might have not been recorded directly, but it was Woodlands. It was just like, something like that. Like, this is, whoa. It was, I mean, serious, it was, you know, I'm not over exaggerating. It was something very short, very quick, and very dark. And I was like asking my ex-wife, was that a joke? She didn't even really register it. I don't
Mixed with other commercials, or?
No, it was part of the news. It was part of the news. It was a TV2 guy, he was a presenter back in the 90s. Dark guy, I don't remember something.
I don't think you have that word in English in the same way. We say that utlandet, the outland, but we don't really say that.
Oh no, involved. That's not a very appealing word. You know, in the neat Tingle book, it says there's like I think there's a part that says "Jeg norsk, du ikke norsk," and that's kind of, well, that's friendly.
They're very strict about that.
Yeah.
There are some criteria you have to fulfill to be a Norwegian. Involves skiing and some
Yeah.
red.
Well, but that's the thing. Norwegians don't realize what a different culture they are from, especially back in the 90s, from the rest of the world. You know, and so you don't realize, you know, Norway's very unique, very special. And
even from Sweden,
oh God, yes. Oh yeah. Sweden, Sweden is controlled by the nobility. I mean, there's clubs there. You have a waiting list for 100 years to get in. That wouldn't fly here.
I feel that since Sweden has such a rich history with that Norway does have, farmer culture.
we have more modest. There's also a lot less distance between these regular folks.
True. But in Sweden, it's easy to get a meeting with anyone. That's weird. You have the nobility, but it's pretty. Me as a foreigner, I don't want to get a meeting. So it's a blend. It's like they do create their own ghettos, they create their own of the elite. You see things there. Preppy, really preppy dudes. You know, super preppy guys. Well, like take the most metrosexual guys you can think of in Mayasu or whatnot, and just amplify that like about 4 or 5 notches. Yeah. Just so, and that kind of. But no, you know, Norway's they do the core competency on on democracy, and you have so much money.
I think Sweden goes more all in with everything, and they fail harder. After you fail, I think that'll be
Really?
Yeah. I think so.
How?
They have more.
No, it's
companies like they have in Sweden. It's also because we're more modest. They don't stick out too much.
You Statoil will go wherever it can. I mean, you Statoil in Angola,
Yeah,
that's
well,
a lot.
sure.
That takes a lot of balls.
And Telenor is trying to get in.
Yeah, in general, like Sweden has done so much more.
Well, that's the thing. How they want to right?
So you need more
More risk taken, and they also fail harder.
also heard that there are everyone in that business moves.
Because they respect authority more. They have the lead, like, you know, in Norway, you're discussing something with the leader, and you'll give your pushback, right? You'll give your feedback and not agree. In Sweden, you don't do that. The leader decides. I mean, it's kind of like in Norway, the leader comes in, hears everyone's opinion, and maybe changes what they do a little bit based on the feedback, right? In Sweden, the leader comes in, listens to everyone's opinion, and does what he's going to do anyway.
And then so Norway has sort of an anti-authoritarian.
Compared to Sweden.
You're talking about
Business, yes, and also, but also general behavior. You know, just this the traffic lights. You know, in Sweden it's illegal to cross, but still they won't do it anyway usually. But Norwegians would do it, whether there's a law or not. So Swedes are very respectful of authority. They think, okay, well, this is good. It's they replaced God with bureaucracy, and here you guys replace God with nationalism.
Do you think I'm more nationalistic in Norway?
Well, you're nationalistic in the sense that Sweden is nationalistic in the way that they view their nationalism in view with the rest of the world. And I think the reason is because they're an export-oriented society, and they have to have a lot of economic connections with the rest of the world, and they have to really understand what's going on in the rest of the world from a business point of view, right? It's like Kia sells everywhere, Alfa Laval, Capac, these companies sell all around the world, so they have to really be business focused. Whereas most of the revenues that Norway generates, you have some people in Savannah or wherever on the phone saying how many ships of oil they want to buy, right?
Fishing.
Right. Yeah. That's like I think it's what 80%. 80% of the raw resources you export is 80% oil and then 20% fish and timber and something like that. So it's different. It's really different. I mean, Norway's a better version of how the everyday people are treated, I think, in society. The everyday person can come and you know, Norway really loves these stories about the person that was wronged by the government or by a rich person or something, and those stories, and you really love in your tabloids to throw stones at Olaf Palm or Sölvesborg or whatnot. Sweden, they're not throwing stones at the rich because they control it. You know, they control the. I mean, you can.
We have the alpha.
That's fairly strong in Sweden as well.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to think that you're better than others.
But it's more, achieving success and also aiming for success is more accepted.
Yeah.
Sweden, you could like really openly say, I want to be a superstar or whatever, music or something. And people, yeah, cool. But in Norway, you can say that. All right. Nice, man. Yeah.
Yesterday, you was saying something about the green innovation culture. What's your impression of that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know the local. I know the Norwegian innovation culture from the academic published point of view, what's been published out there, and I know from what I've seen. I know the district innovation culture, but I haven't been in Oslo long enough to give a good assessment of the innovation culture here, because there's the difference between what the academics say and how it's actually functioning in the here and now. I think this is a very good culture right here.
Yeah. There are these small subcultures, Mesh, for example. There's this place in Oslo. They have lots of
Starting up now, but for the longest time, this hasn't really been that good.
The methodology that these guys are using, the methodology of quickly validate the thing, the strategizers, and find a pain point first and focus on the team. I mean, how you're developing your business ideas, I mean, from a very structured process way, that's top notch, right? That's world class. Which other people are doing, right? I mean, if you follow the strategizer formats and you really focus on getting solving the pain point first instead of trying to keep it in the basement and working ideas and getting out there and getting to revenues as quickly as possible and keeping those focused, then and driving things by that, and you can get companies to really do that, then that's going to be a big win, because you're not. The thing is, you see companies presenting, well, we developed this product, but we don't know really what to do with it. That's kind of I think that's a strange way to go about it, to me. First, because that's like people saying, well, that's like just in love with technology, or they're involved in love with, we want problem solvers.
Faster speed of implementation.
But what if you kind of have a system that solves multiple problems at the same time? That would be very efficient.
That would be, but my friend Glenn, he's been a serial entrepreneur his whole life. He's worked with a lot of Silicon Valley, Seattle, he's a programmer. And he says, if you think your company can solve a lot of problems, you should say, prioritize your top problem that you want to solve, drop the rest out as a startup. You just can't you can't be, a startup company is a Swiss Army knife. Swiss Army knife, that startup company is a bullet. It has a very specific, they hit one specific target. And that's.
For example, like a smartphone is like, it's a camera, it's a calendar, it's a library, it's a phone, it's a place to play games. It's one device, but you have multiple benefits in one place. And it just seems very efficient, because I think, well, you could say the pain point is the time management. I think many people today are very rushed, they have little time. So maybe that's the sort of connector. So something like the thing about it, you could have more sort of multi-purpose systems.
Well, okay, I think in relevant, what BitSpace is doing is very relevant to what you're talking about. It's really what they want to do is to build these bridges, and the bridge itself then is really convertible into a platform that then they're going to be adding like a lot of apps on as layers. So the platform is like the ecosystem, right? And that makes sense. That makes sense from that perspective, because if you're bridging the two worlds, then all sorts of crazy things can happen. You're actually kind of building something in the hope that there's going to be all sort of unintended consequences.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
The unintended consequences and potential to evolve totally new unexpected stuff.
But you're still very focused on what you're trying to do. You're trying to build these bridges that end up being able to be flexed into or converted into a platform. It's still very. This is this is what you want to do. You want to connect. And then once you get to that level between the cryptocurrency side and the non. Are we ever going
I don't know. Maybe they're waiting for people to arrive.
It's supposed to be BitSpace on CryptoFinance. 2.
It's a little
Morning 7.
I'm really pushing it back on.
You guys can switch Norwegian too.
I like speaking in English. I don't want to makes me feel with it.
I like the Norwegian language too for some things.
Yeah, it's like it has different advantages. So. But you mean sort of that when you develop something, you really have to have a sort of one unified thing to begin from, and then sort of you can kind of.
I think this is a good way to start. There's the value proposition right there for one idea, right?
Exactly how you're going
and I think there's a clear message. Investors are looking for, this is a linguistic.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're looking to hear what they're used to hearing. In a format which is palatable to them.
That's the big challenge, isn't it? If you really have a totally new idea, how can you sort of
running it even though because their innovation systems are still old, and they only move at have all these great big ideas in the background, but you just focus everything right down to a very narrow thing, what they want to hear, and then you take the best of what you can do and package that into that, and then if they like that, take the best. Then you can try these other things once you get the first one going, and keep on adding to it, expanding, right?
Yeah.
It's just to be able to get into a space where you can bite on to them and hold on long enough to hopefully they can pull you far enough where your other ideas can come through.
It's kind of like taking a shit. Yeah. She did really long.
Get it all out.
Yeah. I think time management, that's interesting because many people experience that they have too little time, especially today, overstimulated by information. It's a sort of bypass of the information level, this information overload. I experience it myself, it's like so many options that just becomes overwhelming. That's maybe a sort of thing that can tie together many other problems.
My experience, like time management apps, that's what gives me that overload.
Yeah, I love it.
Like, that's the icing on the cake.
Time saving apps that take up some time. I haven't really figured that out. That's a new kind of problem. Family members that just are really, very different.
Well, I feel kind of some part of the problem there is
We have it. Because there are plenty more in the other room.
Ja, arbeidssystemet fra på en måte sosialistiske arbeidsmiljøer som fører til at vi egentlig kaster bort en del tid når vi jobber. Det er et punkt fra å jobbe når det ikke kan bruke for denne ikke så mye for jobben. Man ikke tar i hvert fall.
Det er jo egentlig bare en veldig gammeldags vane da, det der at man skal jobbe timer hver dag og det er jo spesielt fleksibelt.
Det eneste situasjonen det gir mening å jobbe på den måten er jo i åpentlig sammen.
Ja, nettopp sant på det.
Det er veldig få som jobber i sånn dag, ikke sant?
Ja. Det er faktisk en blogger som heter Self-Blogging. Jeg hørte om han snakke om akkurat det der. Han snakket om det der at utdanningssystemet vårt ble utviklet i en periode hvor det var fabrikker. Alle trent opp til å være fabrikkarbeidere, og nå er ikke det lenger noe som er aktuelt. Og da trenger vi å tenke helt annerledes.
Han skrev det nytt program.
Ja.
Du har i trinn A, B, C, i A-klasser, i boksevareleirer i fremtiden, høy og i B-linje, eller som boksevareleirer, lov eller mellomleirer, og det er i arbeidsplass og ting.
Ja, det er det at du skal gå til noen, og så skal du få beskjed om hva du skal gjøre, og så skal du få betalt for å gjøre det du får beskjed om. Det er en veldig gammeldags tenkemåte. Det som er mer viktig nå er å klare å løse problemer som ingen har løst før. Og det er ikke egentlig noe vi lærer i skolen, hvordan vi løser problemer som aldri har blitt løst før.
Ja, det er for man trenger en business som kan bare ta over uansett.
Kanskje på Steam School.
Ja.
Så får du betalt for å gjennomføre.
all kunnskap uansett, han egentlig sånn. Så det eneste man trenger å lære jo hvordan man lærer, hvordan man tenker kritisk, hvordan man det å håndtere læring å fokusere på. Jo ikke sånn.
Du lærer jo ikke å ha litt autoritet på nettet, så det må du jo få på skolen.
Ja, sant.
Det har jo selvfølgelig sosiale funksjoner som viktig.
Altså, det jo systemer som har brukt oss til hver dag. Vi så mye bedre. Vi har mye bedre liv nå enn vi vil ha for universitet. Altså sånn materialistisk, ja, men sånn i forhold til intelligente. Hvor bra folk føler seg, så det går jo nedover, så vidt jeg vet. I hvert fall siden 50-tallet har jeg hørt mange si, spesielt kvinner liksom, for å se en av to lå jo på antidepressiva og piller og det.
Vi burde ta kjempet det problemet, siden 50-tallet.
Og hvor mye av feminismen vokste i
Jeg hater jo veldig på det. Ja, da det
Men det med livsmåte, det jo interessant at kanskje vi ikke helt har vendt oss til å holde oss til så store mengder informasjon. Jeg tror det veldig belastende for mange.
Jeg har også en følelse av at disse mennesker ikke klarer å leve uten betydelse.
til motstand.
Ja, ikke sant? Uansett hva vi har gjort oss, så er det likestilling.
En ting som vanskelig å skjønne på markedet stillhet, silence.
Ja.
Det en bok å gå an. Folk skal trenge mer og mer håp.
Ja, virkelig. Altså, det føler jeg nesten må kjempe for. Få litt stille.
Men jeg tror det noe som det ja, det jo skadelig å leve i
Ikke helt ferdig. Nei, da ble det jo vanskelig. Hva skjedde med den lappessen? Den var jo ikke her. Ja, du tok den liksom.
Ja, fordi når jeg kom inn på jobb, så var den helt fysisk. Det var helt fysisk.
Men ikke at tålen så var det kjempebra. Kanskje den overopphet da?
Ja, det kan virke.
Det skal jo egentlig ikke skje da, men det jo veldig mange laptoper med redesign. Det har vært brukt litt lenge.
Den jo sånn at den skrur seg.
Jo, det mener at det skal ikke bli overopphet. Det skal jo være noen kjøling. Hvis det ikke det, så det jo ikke sikkert. Kjøling bare en mulighet den må tilbake til pengebordet og fikse på det her. Sengt den, ikke sant?
Det mulig at den står på en kut og
Kanskje det.
I hvert fall så tok jeg satt og jobbet litt på PC i dag uansett. Det var så tidlig.
Ja, det egentlig så hadde jo det ble jo ikke det noe av. Egentlig så sa jo Manuel, ja, vi skal streame 20%, liksom. Men det ble jo ikke noe, for jeg må stoppe for å få lagre opptaket.
Det jo ikke
Så det jo ikke veldig spennende her midt på natta. Nei, det var jo, han hadde jo sett for seg litt Big Brother. Så jeg var kanskje litt forskjell på det og det her. Nei, men
By blank, it's very simple. And basically, usually you build this up with, first you go through and you look at your customers' pains and their challenges, so, and you look at how your value proposition solves those. So this is usually the outcome of a couple hours of work, going through, I don't have it with But going through the business model canvas, or at least portions of the business model canvas, a very small portion of the value proposition. Strategizer is great, actually, to go to and use it as a learning tool to really focus your idea in a way that's going to be palatable to investors.
Ja, det gjør jo ingenting da.
This is the standard.
Men da hadde ikke jeg tenkt å få så mye panikk I morgen.
Way for people who want to innovate.
Lett å
Sell their
Hva?
ideas to investors.
Det lett å...
lett å si ettertid, sånn.
Ja.
How you tackle it.
Hvordan det skulle bli.
Yes. Because you're using
Jeg bare...
like
Du skjønner, jeg prøver bare på sånne eventer sånne her og sånn.
and they're taking me from
Ikke stresse så jævla mye, så jeg kan slippe det.
full blown business plan. But I haven't written any for over a decade, right?
Batteriet snart opp.
Actually, the most successful business that I ever had was a napkin. But and these pictures plans, were all 40, 50 pages, right? And a lot of work. And actually, I've never written a business plan or strategy yet, but actually, because they've given the sort of best in class way to express ideas to investors, it's much more efficient. From the strategy methodology, I think you can probably get a business plan to investors. In much less time. I mean, if you have all the data and everything, you can do it in a few days, a few weeks.
Jeg tror det stilt inn sånn på denne maskinen allerede. Ja, han som har fikla med den, han har reversert. Han har stilt den tilbake sånn som det står før. Det litt sånn her kronglagt og kukket opp sig.
And that's just one part. Well, that's really, this is just basically telling your value proposition. You want to be able to sell, you want to be able to show your whole business model, and this is just a component of the business model.
Det som det, jeg vil si YouTube-livestreaminga mer firkantet enn vanlig. Med vanlige livestreams til din egen server, så stilles det vanligvis ingen krav til YouTube som går og spesialiserer sånn skal det være. Du streamer din egen server, så du bestemmer det selv. Men da blir det også sånn at streamen nekter å funke hvis du har gjort akkurat sånn de sier. Så da må du gå og i går så det er faktisk en error kikket fordi at keyframes hvert 50 sekunder skal være det fjerde eller mindre. For at du kjenner ikke hva en keyframe er.
There's a couple ways to do it. There's also
I all komprimerte videoer
yesterday.
Så har du
one of those consulting companies
du har D-frame og så har du keyframes. Men du kan også ha en intraframe.
Startup program.
Du har keyframes
strategize methodology.
ofte
They are ideas into a way that investors might like.
eller
Also DNB.
bare hvert 50 sekunder.
DNB.
Det er som regel en sånn
And they
algoritme.
have a very good.
Hvis du har et bildeskilt, så får du keyframe, og så er det med hjemme
More elegant, I think, actually.
Og et keyframe er rett og slett
You can get to the point quicker.
Ikke
Strategize
for det mulig.
methodology, you kind of have to learn.
Jobbspace snapshot av et
I think
bestemt
DNB has done a lot of work.
Altså det er punktet som er. Det er keyframe, det er
I'm not sure if that's it, but it
But,
basically starts out with like,
ja.
the first point was validate your idea. That
Some
was the start of the whole thing.
La oss si det sånn.
Which is very important to get. Especially
Og 264 og
don't
det her.
that.
Hvis du ikke har noen keyframe,
The thing
Så
is,
du bare har
it's
ett
Saxo Bank did
utgangspunkt
ideas are worth almost
i
nothing.
start.
Execution is the
Og så klipper du den filmen i to.
and this is what they get down
Prøver du å
to.
spille resten uten noen keyframes. Da har ikke du opplysninger om hele bildet. Fordi den datastrømmen som er i keyframene er ikke komplett. Den er kun sånn flytt de og de tekstene endre på de og de fargene. Det er sånn komprimeringen fungerer. Du kun oppdaterer de delene av bildet som faktisk er endret. Istedenfor å sende hele jævla bildet.
This is a good question.
Keyframes helt straight. Og den sendes med jevne mellomrom for at du skal kunne spole rundt i filmen, for eksempel. Eller du skal kunne komme inn i en livestream, og så kommer det en keyframe, og da kommer bildet.
Slags punkt, da?
Ja, et sånt checkpoint. Ja, det er på en måte... Du må ha en keyframe for å kunne dekode dataene som kommer etter den keyframe. Og sånn er det også på satellitt og kabelmottakere, og derfor er det sånn nå for tiden. Det ble det bare som før. Du bytter til kanal, og så kan du rense til sånn. Jeg har sikkert sett på mange som set-top-bokser og kabler og venter litt. Og derfor er den må vente på neste
particular company, they want to
Så
they have a different dialect.
du må vente på neste keyframe, for det er først her
They
inne.
like the lead business planner.
Så oppdateres på at det er her blir det.
Business model canvas dialect.
Så det er som nesten sånn lyseslag, så har du
Innovative.
nesten frames på den, liksom.
How to
Du keyframe, så har du bare
communication.
Du kan tenke deg det at keyframene er som et foto. Alle framene imellom er som malehinstruksjoner. Retusjerer fotoen til det. Det er bokstavelig for alt det som skjer. Det sendes rett og slett retusjeringsinstruksjoner. Hvis noen har beveget hånda seg litt opp i natt, kommer det instruksjoner i kickstart som bort. Så det driver og sender du. Ja, nei, ikke hele banen. Ja, så sett at du hadde en statisk kamerabilde av en fotballbane. Oversiktsbilde. Og spillerne, når en spiller så løp. Og så var alt annet stille. Men da er det bare den delen av bildet hvor spiller løper. Så en illustrasjon av bildet, da kan du spare veldig mye. Ja, det er komprimeringen. At man fjerner alle stykker over hver. Hvis det så like ut som det gjorde før, ikke ha det med. Men keyframene er en sånn nødvendig omgang. At du skal jo kunne hoppe inn i streamen, og du skal jo bruke spole. Så da må du ha punktet der. Hvis du ikke hadde keyframe, så skulle du spole i en video hvor det var bare ett startbilde. Og du spilte alle endringer fra det punktet du skulle spole. Da hadde det jævlig vært. Men selv med keyframe, så ser man jo at det ikke er instant. Altså det er liksom hacking når man skal spole på digitale opptak. Ofte så er sånn spoling, den driter i å dekode framesene imellom. Den bare hopper til den keyframe. Det er veldig typisk at det er sånn man spoler, det er plass. Bare hopper mellom keyframe. For det er mer
Yes, I just plugged the computer in.
Så på stream da, YouTube-spillene så tar minst 10 sekunder for å få det bildet. Derfor styrer de fra hvert fjerde sekund. Så jeg stilte en Det var kanskje litt mer teknisk forklaring enn nødvendig, men jeg håper det var interessant.
Jeg lærte meg ikke kunne. Was it like a big payout or something?
Yeah, there was a lot of money going into this system. The way the launch was set up was we still had some development to do, even though the blockchain was live. So we pushed out the date for when the blockchain would actually start rewarding content creators, and we basically programmed it so it would be basically one long day over the period of 3 months where people were posting and voting. So there was some early adopters there writing stuff, and we were telling them, oh yeah, it's going to work, you're going to get paid, whatever, yeah, sure. And then July 4th hit, which was the day, and all of these tokens were released. And the tokens were traded on market, so they had value. And so suddenly people were looking in their wallets like, I can go get some Bitcoin and buy stuff. People started, paying their bills, paying debt,
like someone went out and bought their mother a washing machine. And stories like that started circulating, and I was like, this is real. And then the market kind of went crazy, price confidence in the product, went up. And that just meant that there was more value being circulated in the system. It definitely attracted a lot of people. When did you get to the platform?
Well, it's just I kind of got to know about it a month ago, and got a user. A few posts, started watching videos, and I didn't really know anything about cryptocurrencies before. I just know why I just became really fascinated by this reward system. The contributors are the stakeholders. It's a really cool model. I think we've seen like that.
This is the coolest thing to hear you speak from your background. You sound like you're a manager in a bank or something, right? And the thing is, but you know, that's the tip of the iceberg. And then where you come from and what you're doing and whatnot. So you're bringing, it's actually sort of this very great translation method to bring the outside into the inside. It's almost like some sort of Trojan horse or something. It's amazing to hear because this is what we've been speaking about for the last hours. How do you communicate in the language of innovation effectively, like with bankers and with the investors and so on and so forth? We're talking about like strategies or the lean business model, all these different things. And how important language plays a role in being able to move things forward. It's interesting.
Yeah, and the language of banking, there's a barrier to entry, with the nature of things today. And with Steem, we're trying to simplify everything. Receiving dollars, we're trying to create simple nature. I don't know if they're that simple. I wanted to take you to learn Steem and Steem dollars.
I don't know if I totally
Maybe. I'm not sorry.
I don't know if I totally understand the depth, but I mean, I just know that it's a kind of whole thing.
But even if they're somewhat simple in that end, the protocol in itself is pretty complex.
It is.
To handle this and the stake in there and something forward.
Yes. For anybody who wants to figure out what's under the hood, there is a steep learning curve. But there's great opportunity for the developers who do figure out what's under the hood. I'll talk more about that in the presentation. So is everyone here on the site? You guys are on the site too?
I haven't posted anything.
Yeah,
Lurker.
Yeah, lurker.
that's really important. I think that we've attracted a lot of writers, because of the whole value layer. But to me, we almost need to separate that a little bit and focus more on the social and people to care about reading the content. That's just
The attention that's valuable.
the intention economy. I want to talk about that.
It's all about perception, isn't it? Sort of like the perception that people outside of Steemit has of Steemit is really what drives the value of the currency. Is that so if they see that this site has a lot of valuable, interesting content, this concept is really maybe something that's stable. And that's what my first impression was sort of like, what interesting things in my engine or really creating interesting content on the internet. Something that I think is too little of.
It becomes a virtuous cycle where you have good content, which brings more people.
Yeah.
It turns into more great content and more people. And people is ultimately what's driving the engine and their attention, their expected capital.
someone else is working on this. If there is some outline like this, but perhaps this applied research. So
there's a guy on the forum. His name is his real name is Michael. His handle is Curation, and he's working on a project called Evo, and it sounds very much like that. It's meant to be meant to use Steem as a sort of repository for research articles and for peer review. That's yeah.
That's so cool.
You know, and do it, you know, that way because then you have perfect auditability, which is, you know, valuable. From what I understand with some of the publication resources out there, the peer review resources out there today, they're somewhat political.
They're taking borrowed monies from the people who are actually contributing to science. So it's really, you can almost say that it is.
And what do you mean taking money? You have to pay to submit or something?
It's like Aaron Swartz story, you know?
Right.
It's like, right?
Yeah.
And basically, what these private companies do is they aggregate all of the work by public universities and then they turn around and they resell it. So basically, it's like, it's one of these public loss, private profit games that it's happening. And
it's just like you have like some researchers do their life work and really been paying to get this education, and then they do this work and they get things published, and then it's like focus for the society and the world of sciences because we have paid for it. And imagine if this was like Fintech.
That would be big.
Really something I would like to see.
Yeah, me too.
yeah, this is the fusion of innovation.
So where are the incentives lie for the universities? So like MIT is taking all the articles and then they're giving rights to the resellers, aren't they? Is it because MIT is taking a cut of the
I don't think
resellers?
it's a big revenue generator for them, is it? Is it schools, how much do they make on it? Do they get it?
I'm not quite sure how it's actually economic of the school system when they get things published. I think it's more like the university get more of knowledge the more they can publish.
There must be a reason that they're keeping it as a long term.
Yeah, because they are doing like this kind of going through the research and see if it has like the credit.
This is a more screwed up model than the music industry.
Because
If you think of the scholars as musicians, they're really getting. yeah. And what Schwartz tried to do was try to make a Napster, basically. So.
I tried to find a lot of scientific articles on energy the other day because there's one I collected and it was difficult. Wikipedia, that was but yeah, it's not easy to find good scientific articles that are also accessible and easy to read.
I've had to argue my after graduation with it's just so I have access to universities. It's like years, you know. Because otherwise, you're going to be, I get those for free. They want $50 from the article.
I like this idea that you just kind of like have the community to decide how good this article is, like good to use for further references, and if it is like especially science related, but that you don't need always to have this published companies that do this specifically as a good scientific community.
Yeah, if it could, you know, it can, you know, realign the incentives to do that. That's what kind of was asking you, where the incentives for universities. If you can provide a better incentive model for all the stakeholders.
Of course, you might fall under the MOOC kind of concept. Why do you do MOOCs, right? And why would you not use the same way? Why would you because each one now I like to use like they're charging they'll tell these online courses they're charging small fees for it. So they actually turned a free rock and converted it all to pay. And then they use their course to tens of thousands of people that's a few hundred. So that would be the incentive.
Vi kjører Gran Canaria-time. Si 1 til 1,5 time. I går var hele programmet helt til. Nå har vi 2 kameraer. Det her filmer scenen. Så nå er du live på Steemit faktisk. Eller på YouTube, på vår YouTube-kanal. Og så har vi et kamera i hjørnet der, som filmer hele forsamlingen.
Kan du se der i ettertid?
Are you in the research?
I would like to get into Curation.
Okay, cool. Jeg får så litt mer.
Men kommer du til å legge ut på
Ja, det blir liggende på YouTube-kanalen vår, som men det kommer ut etter streamen er ferdig. Man lukker streamen og har lagret, og da blir det vanlig YouTube-film. Det ligger på BitSpace-kanalen på YouTube. Christian, har du postet? Say hi to all the fans. And we have a torture.
Answering right away with this button request kind of I have to figure out how that actually works already. Just search the most
because it's like I'm more interested sometimes in finding the real data instead of researchers
Are you still living in New York or are you? I'm in Virginia. Middle of nowhere. How's your seminar going? Oh yeah, we gotta start it. I thought that was what I woke up at like 10:30. I'm like, oh, just skip that boring thing or whatever. I gotta be here. I know I did seminar.
Yeah, we have been here at 6 a.m. for hacking.
I pulled out my schedule that I printed like 2 weeks ago. Like 10:30. And 10:30 thing, and then and then Scott speaking at 11. I don't remember us talking about that. So I rushed down here, and someone was here.
Oh, we were here.
Oh, you guys were here, but you didn't hear the knocking. But then I saw it. Oh yeah. That's like 2 or 3 years.
It's almost 3 years.
30. You guys doing the treasure?
Yeah, with some JavaScript can also do that.
Is treasure kind of pivoting so that they're doing more altcoin marketing?
They can technically treasure itself and support any satoshi-based stuff.
They're adding all this.
Ethereum is also already kind of working on that. Steem is working for like 2 weeks now. The point is that Satoshi Labs does not put a lot of effort into supporting other coins from the round game. That's why we're gonna.
The Ethereum guys, I don't know if you did it, but some Ethereum guys which made all from Merck work with it, but Satoshi Labs said they were not going to integrate their interface or build an interface. So they contacted us. Actually, they looked at NIST. They looked at NIST from the wallet themselves, and fuck, this shit is way too complicated for we're not going to integrate this, but then they contacted the Myth guys and like, okay, so now the treasure works, can you get it integrated? And in this case, didn't want to.
I have no clue. All it could be.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think for their business model. I guess they're getting enough business with big model, but my other guess would be they're maybe not even operating properly.
The business model is actually, we don't have a business model at all for providing anything.
No, but it's treasure.
If Trezor or Satoshi are actually making money off of Bitcoin, I don't know if they are.
They are certainly devices. The devices.
Right, but are they operating?
I'd say so. I'd say so.
Okay. Well, if we can find a way for you to be profitable with Steem.
Yeah, there is. I was trying to contact Alina about her. We haven't had time to. That's right. So what they have is the affiliation program where you can just like refer people to buy Trezor. If you had a deal with people that have the Trezor specifically for Steem, then maybe we can have it a kind of a cut of the profits they make from selling Trezor. And we need a cut because we need to basically pay for the development and pay for keeping the service up.
If the Trezor becomes very convenient for Steem, then it will be. Then basically we can ask Trezor to sell a version of Trezor that's preloaded for Steem.
Yeah, branded Steem version.
Yeah, branded Steem version. Then we sell it on Steemit, we sell it wherever, and then you guys have your business model if you're getting a cut of it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Unless you three guys vote for the post, nobody's going to see the live stream.
Vote?
Yeah. Yesterday it was like 8 people watching. It wasn't in
Is it that camera?
Yes, this one and this one.
Okay.
I can go.
No one's gonna see us hacking up.
Yeah, we can have another one.
They only see us drinking coffee. Okay.
Yeah, I posted it in the Steam Slack.
Steam Slack. Steemit Slack.
Yeah, it's everything's free, so.
Okay. That's nice, Bill. So, you're done with the Trezor logo? Now you can
I'm ready with it. Nothing wrong with the show.
It's faster than us.
Did everyone vote for the post?
No.
I think I have to get some jurors.
Hold on.
He's the guy who could pump it for a couple $100.
Like, correction, the program starts in 30 minutes. When everyone has voted.
Yeah.
That's a Steam joke.
Are you in Safari?
No, cool. Look at this. On the website.
Yeah, that's what I see as well. That has been the website.
Right.
Oh.
It's not working.
It's working, but
You have the Steemit account with it? The posting and money? Yeah.
Okay, if someone looks, I have a hotspot here if someone needs network.
Like Steemit is rewarding those install preferential
Password because the stream is using it might be
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
You can make it
Really?
Oh,
You could promote it and then put it in Steam. Did you see Bergen made a card? Which prices do you hold? If you do that, then you have to structure pricing up to dollar algorithms. And you put them on the most where did you get this right?
Yeah.
only promoted.
It's a retestment before figuring out that attention to come. Wait,
It doesn't show up in the home page, you're waiting for that.
right.
Exactly.
We have to find out the problem of it.
Right, we'll start posting the home. Should we start this thing up?
Yeah. I guess we're from there. Okay. So Starting now.
I can imagine first Bitcoin Bitcoin associated with 75. So then I was on Facebook. So what's that? She didn't understand what QR code. She's a writer. So she actually, I've seen that whole. I haven't tried it because I don't actually have some time. No, just ask me. I sent it like one So I think that's the thing is that you gotta say, just go around. All this happened. I told her you had to. I'm talking about it. One of the I need to find something.
It's very
Jeg tror det rundt PC-en for den.
There is a food taking the feed.
Yeah, that's a blockchain and the miners. The feed goes to the miners. But the miners could be in this world. There's not a company there that has to actually do.
You just made it. What about going to the
how did you make it?
municipalities in Norway that have challenges earning revenues because their hydroelectric power is what it used to be because of government energy policy and stuff, right? And saying to them, why don't we just create a server farm of miners for you? And then we do a revenue sharing thing. Is there anything, what do you feel about that?
Most mining is in China where they have free electricity by the government and they produce the mining chips next door in the factory.
What's going to happen here? One way
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, he's gonna have a 1 hour session. And then there's and then there will be some smaller presentations by us, Zeet, and Eni on Skype. But I think Zeet is going to forfeit his he's gonna have a workshop instead later, and we can just do something very short.
Just they
catch
use
up
the
with it.
heat they can't produce electricity, they pump it into the particle and use that lower heat to warm the
There are sort of special regulation.
Pharma, what do they call it? Pharma.
Ja, det jo det som
So that could be
Sture, one of them famous Norwegian people, started with this, was among the first people. He used a miner to heat this bathroom floor in his house. He was walking heating in the floor of the bathroom. Passed through the miner. Let's read them.
There's also the first group.
It's not a nut. It's not a peanut. Is not a nut.
I'm
We're gonna get this thing started, but it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem more scheduled today.
But
Where's Christian and Manuel?
Get this thing going. No.
Peanut.
You can be allergic to peanut. I don't know, but it's not classified as a nut. This is a piece of trivia that I know, but I have no
It's growing.
I think so.
Yeah.
We get the computer on, or the projector?
Oh yeah, sure. It's gonna be plugged in. Should I just, you want to introduce yourself? Or I guess everyone.
Yep, I can introduce myself.
All right, we'll start in 20 seconds. Guess these guys are going to keep hacking.
I didn't design it. It's not my thing.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to BitSpace's hackathon. You guys have all been hard at work. It's very impressive to see everybody here. And yeah, to have had these guys set up this event. This is really the first hackathon that has had this sort of affiliation with Steem. It's very exciting. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm the CEO of Steemit.com, and I've been briefed by Manuel and Christian. They've suggested that almost everybody here has at least been on the website. So we wanted to kind of take this time to walk through some of the things that some of the core developers and Steemit the company are thinking about for the future. So without further ado, well, let me just ask a question first. Has everyone here actually been on the website? I don't want to leave anyone behind. Everyone's been here. Okay, everyone's been on the website. Okay, so great.
I think we should clap for that.
Okay. Yes. So everyone here is some sort of brave hacker, and you see Steem as this open source tool, this new paradigm for content and value on the internet. So we want to take advantage of this as early adopters and as friends and as technologists, and make sure that we help usher this technology into the future in a way that empowers people across the world. So we need to make sure that it's built in a way where the incentives are aligned. And when I say that, what I mean is we want the incentives to be aligned across the user base and then all the way through to the platforms that run the Steem technology. And Steemit, the sort of flagship or first use case for the Steem blockchain, is a good example to look at when we talk about aligning incentives. When we started the project, my co-founder and I, Dan Larimer and I, we created a C corporation. That's a for-profit entity, and it's U.S. based. And since we have had such success in the last several months, we have been doing some real thinking and soul searching for trying to figure out how can we make sure we're delivering upon this and empowering developers and users and all sorts of things. What I believe we need to do is set a new course where Steemit doesn't run as a for-profit entity, but runs as a non-profit entity. And the reason for that is it comes back to the pitch. When we talk about Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all these companies that are for-profit entities that take our time and our energy and our creativity
and they leverage that on top of our private data, which they keep, behind their walled gardens, to create profits for their shareholders. Right? So they're taking this value from us and from people all around the world and giving it to someone else. So what we really want to create is a paradigm where all that value that we're contributing comes back to us, comes back to the people who are participating. So what I believe will help with that is a non-profit for applications like Steemit. The traditional business models for these companies like Instagram and Facebook is to leverage advertising, right? So what we want to figure out is how do we get the value of advertising and of these other business models and use it in a way that leverages Steem and then gives even more value back to the users. And that will play into the next slide when we talk about the attention economy and the closed loop that we'll create that brings value from advertisers and puts it in the pockets of the users. But there's a few other things on here I want to mention for all the hackers in here. A nonprofit Steem Foundation is, like I said, a relatively new idea for us. But the way I see it coming together is it would probably be an organization that manages the Steem repo and potentially the Steemit.com repo and potentially other application repositories. So what I'm alluding to there is the idea that a foundation would support more than just these two aspects of the stack. Perhaps it would support other applications through grants and collaborations. But there are a number of terrific projects going on here. BitSpace is leading a lot of efforts in putting together tools and organizing the community around the tech. Kitschko has a terrific project called, I don't know if you've announced it yet, so I don't want to.
You can.
A project called Busy. And, what that is it's a lot like Steemit, but it has its own nuances and its own goals. And it's something that represents redundancy. When we talk about blockchain and this new wave of finance on the internet, one of the best ways we're going to protect this paradigm is by having redundancy, multiple outlets for the technology. You look at, into the history of disruption in the music industry with Napster and things like this, and the government, at certain junctures comes along and shuts down these outlets. We believe that through redundancy on top of Steem, we wouldn't be in a position of vulnerability like Napster was. Resilience. We'd be resilient by having, replication and competition. Competition is a good thing to see as well because it spurs on us as developers and then different groups competing for users and things like that. So yeah, I wanted to mention that because I would love to see a very cohesive and inclusive community, and I tell you what, I'm already seeing that. The people in this room are a very brave, forward-thinking group of people, and it's truly impressive to see. And it's something we should all be very proud of. A lot of us in this room have been working for a very long time on this technology, and it's something really special. So let's make sure we're working together as we set up these foundations, and I'm sure we'll set things up for success for many years to come. There's one neat aspect of online content that I wanted to get into, and that is the attention that's paid to content. You know, think about all the time that we spend online. We're literally spending time. Time is a resource, and we all have a finite amount of it, and we try to choose the best way to spend it. And some of us are finding that the best way to spend it is on Steemit.com. You know, you're going there and reading all sorts of articles about, you know, libertarian views and cryptocurrency and who knows what, you know, some ladies' travels to Peru and things like that. Cool stuff. So I think we've established that attention is valuable, right? So the question that we want to ask is how can we turn that into value for ourselves and for the Steem network in a more direct way? So there's a value loop that I think we should all have in mind as we think about applications like Steemit and Busy. And that loop essentially follows the following pattern. You have content, you have people on a site that are looking at that content, and now you have people who are offering other products and services out there. And they want to take your attention from that content to their product. They want to shift your eyes to their product so that you end up purchasing their product or their service. And that's already happening across the internet. But the way that we can turn that into value for ourselves is by making the medium of currency for our attention Steem. So if we say that to advertise on these websites, you need to purchase Steem and then spend Steem to get placement on the site, then they're essentially increasing demand for the assets that we all hold. And so that, you know, what I see is some sort of breakdown in there where a nonprofit is running Steemit, is running Busy, is running these other sites, and is saying basically all the money raised from advertising is either going directly to bloggers, is going to potentially viewers, is being burned. So when Steem is burned, that's essentially, it's like paying a dividend to all of the holders of these assets. So that rewards the network, you could say. Or it goes to cover operating expenses. So if we've established this model now where there's value coming in and it's being distributed to all the users, we've essentially we've undermined Facebook and these other companies that are taking the value and bringing it away from the users. So to me, that's a big part of the goal, and it represents a real opportunity for the financial success of Steem tokens and all this and all that. So that's something that I'd like to turn the conversation to and hear people talk about more. But you know, there's also a lot of work to be done on the social side of Steemit. I think the experiment that we've gone through in the last several months has been very interesting, and we've seen what financial incentives do to drive people to a website and to create a community. It's been very, very cool to watch. That said, one of the things that we're going to be pivoting to with Steemit is a focus on growth. And if we look at, you know, other web communities that have had a lot of success, it's often because there's some sort of social aspect of the site that makes it compelling and unique. You know, you think about Snapchat, which became big only a few years ago. You know, you could send pictures, you know, somewhat anonymously and all that, and it just took off. So you have that. You look at Reddit, and Reddit is very good as a discussion site. It has lots of flair. There's lots of there's lots of trolling, but there's lots of love in that site. And Steemit to me represents, it's clearly showing this new financial paradigm, and it's showing this blogging platform, but it needs more love in it. So Steemit itself will be gravitating more towards flair and discussion and usability and all these things, and then we kind of want to be able to have an eye on two aspects of this. One is the social side of things, and one is the financial side of things. And the financial side of things, the tokens and all that, should represent an added layer. You almost want to be able to take Steem and overlay it on top of any type of content that's already out there. And if you can do that, then it's very versatile. So I want to show you guys some of the things on the roadmap, some of the things that Steemit developers are working on today, and then I'll open it up to Q&A. So currently, this is our Trello board. I just cut out some screen captures. So in progress today, we're working on the editor. Who's been to the site and has used HTML or Markdown? It's probably not a problem for most of the people in this room to use Markdown. But yeah, certainly for some of the middle-aged moms and dads on the site, it might be a little more challenging. So there's things like that we're working on. Notifications are something that we believe create more of a feedback loop for users. And we want to make sure that users are getting that feedback loop and that they're coming back to the site because they know that there's something there for them. There's some other sysadmin things on here, like we've been using OVH for moving to AWS. We actually just accomplished this one. I don't know if anyone's done a sign up lately, but it wasn't too long ago that you had to sign up with Facebook or Reddit. That was like our hacky solution for helping beat the Sybil challenge. But we've got a great integration now with a company called Telesign, and they essentially do SMS verification. We do that with email, and it really helps streamline the sign-up process. And just it's more intuitive for regular people. Yeah. So there's profile page stuff going on. There's flair and achievements. Look at other sites like Foursquare is incredible with achievements and badges and all that. I don't know if anyone's ever used Foursquare, but it used to be that if you're the person who frequents a store or somewhere, the most out of anyone who's in the area, you become the mayor of that diner or that store, and like the things like that could be cool. So we're thinking about those types of things. Yeah. So those are kind of front-end features that we're working on. That's not to say we're not thinking about Steem, the blockchain, too. There are still some things we want to add on the blockchain. I don't know if anyone wants to talk about curation guilds and all that, but there's some additional things we want to do with voting so that people can more easily delegate voting to other people in the community. And so, yeah, that's.
I have just a question because I noticed 2 days before this saving addition for transferring to saving, is it just an additional security layer for being able to put it into a locked vault or something like? So if your account gets hacked, you are having additional 3 days to, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. So the so Kenneth is referring to this thing down here, which has actually been finished. It's called Transfer to Savings, and it's a blockchain operation that allows you to take your Steem or your Steem dollars and kind of lock it up through this on-chain smart contract for a period of 3 days. And any Steem that you put into that contract, it can't be transferred instantly. You have to hit transfer, and then there's a 3-day countdown before that transfer executes. This is a lesson that has come from the banking industry. You know, you think about every time you go to transfer money from your bank account online, it doesn't really happen instantly. You do a wire and things like this. There's checks and security measures that banks have in place to reduce, you know, costs of fraud and things like that. And you know, it's funny, you know, people think about blockchain as this thing that can streamline banking, and it is. But this particular feature is kind of case in point that you know, everything is kind of human. You know, there's always the potential to have your account compromised in person and things like that. But a feature like this allows you, in combination with the account recovery feature of Steem, to go in and thwart someone who has compromised your account. So, yeah, lessons from the banking industry there. Yeah, so, you know, just more stuff from the Trello board. What do we have here? Emojis, marketplace features, invitation systems. We, in July, as we were really taking off and the numbers were just going through the roof, users were taking their posts and they were linking them everywhere. Facebook, Reddit, Twitter. Reddit was the first to respond. And they said, all right, these Steemit posts, they're not moving on this site, these shadow banned posts. And what that means is you can still post there, but as the post accrues upvotes, it doesn't move. And you know how the Reddit algorithms work. You get the upvotes, you're supposed to move up the site. So that doesn't happen for Steemit links. And then Facebook. We have a user, Neil Strauss. Neil is the author of a few best-selling books, and he was a New York Times reporter, and he's a Rolling Stone reporter, and he has a big following. And so his experience when he first started out was he was sharing a few of his Steemit links, and they were doing really well, 900 likes, 1,000 likes. And then one day, you know, he made another post, and it got 35 likes. And he's like, I wonder why, you know, that didn't work out. And he did another one, it was the same thing, 40 likes, something like that. And then he went back and he posted something else from some other site, 900 likes. So there's a competitive reaction that we've had from these other social media sites. And to me, that is total vindication. Yeah. You know, we're onto something. And these sites, these competitors can feel it coming. And that's exciting. But it does mean we're going to have to be innovative, and we're going to have to find ways to get the word out there. So
this is something I've read about several times. I've heard about it. Like, basically, you know, most people just assume that social media is kind of free speech, that you can just, you know, most people assume that. They assume that it's not being tampered with. But in reality, there's all these, they're all up to all these tricks, and they even, you know, if they don't agree with a political candidate, they'll mess with the ranking of the articles talking positively about that. Like, it's kind of crazy, because it's like being, you know, they're like dictators.
Yeah, it's going even further, because many people in the world are thinking if you are connected with Facebook, you are not using the internet. So for these people, if they use the Facebook app, they are thinking it's not the internet. I'm not sure why, but you can see how Facebook is able to manipulate basically every section of our life there. So, and they are doing a project. It's called Internet.org, and want to provide internet to countries where they are not able to use internet, but
No,
it's
they
also
want to provide
censored.
Facebook to those.
Yeah, it's also censored that they are using their information to spread the word and say that's the internet. So
Right.
and that's really.
I mean, it's crazy how
Dangerous.
much control these large social media sites, especially Facebook, are now exerting over. It's you know, it goes. It took me a while to realize. It's like at first it was like, well, okay, this is handy, this is practical, this is good. I can keep in touch with my friends. Then a few years down the line, wait, they're controlling everything I do.
Yeah.
And it's like, where is the decentralization of the internet? And then I encountered Steemit, and I'm like, wow, okay, good. Someone is working on this. Thank God.
You know, ostensibly, the public should feel they have variety, but in truth, we're only sending one message, and that's Joseph Goebbels. And Goebbels learned how to work from the author of Public Relations, who was the cousin of Sigmund Freud.
Edward Bernays?
Yeah, Bernays. Yeah, exactly. So there you go.
Exactly, guys.
Bernays, watch there's a documentary called, I think, The Century of Self.
Yeah, Adam Curtis.
Watch that.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, Facebook. It's on. They've thrown down the gauntlet. You know. So, you know, what we're building represents, you know, something different. You know, something that's completely auditable. People can verify. You know, if Steemit is presenting content in a certain way, people can verify how the algorithm is running to present it that way. And if something's being hidden, it's easy to run a clone and point to one site and look at the other and say, you know, these guys are hiding this, or these guys are manipulating this. And if you can point to that, then it's a weakness for whoever's running that platform. So they probably won't do that. So, yeah, hopefully we will build a platform that is clearly transparent and resists a lot of the manipulation that we're seeing. But yeah, we're going to have to get crafty too. So invitations and meetups like this, we're going to have to become very, very good at getting the message out digitally and in person. And everyone in this room is a forerunner to this, and we can work together to make sure we accomplish the goal. I think that was my last slide. Does anyone have any questions?
Just to follow up a little bit on that political control of the media. Do you have any thoughts about the U.S. presidential elections? How is it being influenced?
Oh, man.
We're in Europe, who cares?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we should.
I
think the whole world should care.
Because I mean, whoever is elected president of the United States decides who we go to war against.
Yeah, so it's pretty.
It's kind of, sometimes I think actually the Europeans and the NATO should vote for the president, and then the Americans can vote for the Congress. You know,
Yeah.
the president has more influence on foreign policy.
Yeah.
But that's nothing that cannot be changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the last debate was very entertaining. I was laughing a lot. You know,
You'd be in jail.
yeah, it's an interesting time. You can really see the incentives, and you can almost see the motivations for the platforms that support one candidate or another. And I think juxtaposing that next to blockchain, and particularly Steemit, you can learn more about that process. So Steemit kind of exposes all of the incentives. And it's very clear, why somebody supports some type of content or another type of content, or one person or another person. And makes the point that incentives matter and incentives dictate what content kind of gets the most attention. it's really comes down to who's paying the most, you know, and that's a lesson to learn and then use as a lens for what's happening in the media and in presidential politics today. But yeah, I don't know who's going to win, and I'm equally scared.
Yeah.
Either way.
I have a question. You mentioned about attention, about the user, that there's a possibility that some, I guess, companies would like to, for example, buy Steem and burn, that Steem would be burned, would make a profit to the network. How actually that could work? I mean, could you tell us a bit more how this attention could be bought? I mean, are this going to be just some kind of ad? How you are going to measure whether something actually brought an attention to specific content placed by the advertisement?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think we should illustrate some examples there. So I'm on Steemit. Oh, there's a live stream. Top of, that's very good. That's very good.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can see it. Let's see if we can see it. Oh, no. Let's see if it's keeping up in real time.
I'm going to divide by zero.
Yeah, that's gonna.
Let's go. Let's get away.
Almost live.
It has some lag. I think it's about 30
it.
seconds.
That's too a little weird. I'm gonna take that.
So that's actually on the topic right now. That's interesting.
Unpromoted. Not on trending.
It is
So
unpromoted.
it has the most votes.
That's interesting.
But,
I guess it's because you're here.
So here's another post on clouds. But Noisy, to your question, you know, if you look at other social sites, other media sites, they have advertising. And by the way, I don't want to like scare anybody with this word advertising. You know, we go on other social media sites, and sometimes advertising is like a total turnoff. That's absolutely not what I think we're driving towards here. I think we're driving towards an elegant model where attention is being directed to good things, valuable things, new information. But if you take other sites as examples, you know, they might have recommended posts along the bottom of the post that you just read, and that's essentially advertising, or it's a way for the site to keep you engaged. But if this is a post about I don't know, barbecues or something, maybe some barbecue sauce company says we'd love to have people directed to an article about our barbecue sauce, or some sort of advertisement about that, or something like that.
Well, you could easily combine it with promoting a post, where a company that sells these sauces has to promote that post to get their own logo appear as, well, like sponsored by that username.
Exactly. So they could come along, and they could find the space that they like, and they could do their own spot purchases or their spot promotions right there, and whatever they pay would have some sort of there'd be some sort of split where either some portion of that payment is burned to the network, which rewards all Steem holders, or it goes to pay the blogger a portion of it, or perhaps it goes to pay the viewer, which is an interesting concept. It's a model of advertising that no one's done successfully on the internet yet, because of civil attack, not even civil attacks, really bot attacks. You know, you look at advertising today, and there's some statistics out there, I may have this wrong, but it's something, it's more than like 10% of clicks on advertisements are done by bots, which is high, and I believe the number's growing. But through an identity system and a reputation system, we may have an opportunity to be one of the first to have an attention economy, to have viewers rewarded just for seeing things or for clicking on things. So I'd like, we'll keep that possibility in the back of our
Just a
mind.
small comment about reading or listening rewards. Go back to the LTB, Let's Talk Bitcoin coin. They tried to do something like that. Do you know anything about if it worked or how it failed, or if it's actually working?
They're still
doing
it. Like a secret code at the end.
Yeah,
of the
magic
show.
word.
Yeah, like proof of, they have like a proof of listen or something like that. That could be a way to do it. It seems like whoever promoted the post would just need to have a secret password or a secret code in their content somewhere, and someone can pull it out and go through a reCAPTCHA. And it's a lot of work to get paid half a penny for looking at something, but I want to keep that in our minds as we think about the attention economy, because if we do come up with a model where the viewers are actually paid directly just for spending attention, that's a job creator across the entire world, and is another way of driving more people to the platform.
If you assume that anyone viewing content is also a Steem holder, then the dividend model, in a sense, does that, right?
Yes, the dividend model accomplishes that. Now, the reason I think we should consider both is psychological. Dividends or burning Steem probably has a different psychological effect than actually paying people directly for their attention. So I think it's one of this sort of breakdown in how the revenue coming in is split is definitely something we play with. But there's a lot of potential there for burning, for rewarding bloggers, viewers. And then if Steemit were running as a nonprofit, then some portion of it would go to cover operating costs.
Maybe the first step would be just to give the users a possibility, this is the important part, to publish some more information that I actually read that content. Maybe not necessarily I voted for that, but I read that.
Yeah.
And that would be the signal that this is interesting things to me, and if user would have some other site for taking a look what on daily basis read net Scott, that would actually mean something to people who you read, for example. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that could be a first step.
I think one way to do it could be to have like a really small multiple choice exam at the end of the post, like just to check that you actually read it. Just click, and that's it. Just 2 clicks.
It doesn't work because the blockchain needs to verify if you pay the blockchain, and the blockchain needs to verify your multiple choice test. And in order for the blockchain to verify that you answer correctly the multiple choice test, the blockchain needs to know the answers. And once the blockchain knows the answers, you can write a bot that just answers as the blockchain expects it.
Okay. So you can even do it by fixing the error in the that post. These clouds can be dangerous for pilots of large planes who avoid flying over these planes due to turbulence. You correct something in the text, and that's your.
Yeah, the author should be paying the.
Well, the point you're mentioning is actually another one. Is like having posts on Steem or on Steemit that other people can work on. For instance, on Stack Exchange, you don't only have tasks and questions and answers. You also have wiki entries, so people can work together on one massive answer one correct massive answer to a question. And that could probably also be a nice idea to have, like, everyone is allowed to participate in that single post, and then people can approve like every comment to that particular answer. But that's kind of a different way of representing the stuff.
Yeah, I love that model, to be honest. I think I hope we get to constructing some data fields on Steem that allow that.
What if we had like you have the author of the post, and then the author opens up a possibility that the readers can suggest changes or improvements, and if the author thinks that they're improvements, he can then say, okay, we'll add those improvements. I mean, I'm just thinking, I would love that if I wrote a post, because I know someone could be written better. And
like a cut of the tails.
Yeah, if you had some kind of system for that, maybe.
Good idea.
But you have a little bit of that already in the comment.
Right, you can tell them.
Yeah,
and they can get rewarded just for.
Yeah, I think it's
putting in
mostly
their
input. Presentation stuff. You could like have the comment actually contain a patch for the opening post, and then present it to the people. Like, I would propose changing this, and something like that. Would probably be easier, at least from this interface perspective, and user experience perspective. But I'm not sure how easy that is to implement on the web front end.
Yeah. So, any other questions?
No, I guess all you need is to give the blockchain proof that you read it. Isn't that possible to do?
So it's the attention economy thing. There's some whenever there's going to be a feature, there's always the question to ask of should this be represented on chain, and most of the time the answer is yes, because the more information that's on chain, the more replicable and more resilient the system is. Because then we can port the data to a new interface. With the attention economy, there may be a reason for divergence. Whoever's managing the advertising, it could probably be handled off-chain, the payments. And the reason to have the nonprofit is because then the nonprofit has a mission statement, which is any money that comes in is distributed in certain ways. But yeah, there's still some good thinking to be done on that front.
Would it make sense to do two corporations instead of one, and have intellectual property under one and the branding under another? And then in the case the for-profit branding one gets sued, then the brand is inherited to the IP company.
Yeah. So if once we get this nonprofit set up, there will be essentially two entities. There'll be the nonprofit, which I'm thinking will manage these repositories for code. The for-profit company will take a backseat role and could potentially would certainly give all the rights to the tech, to the foundation. But yeah, there's a case to be made there for resiliency, absolutely. Especially when we come to competition, if we want to see multiple front ends, the question is, can a foundation successfully manage multiple front ends, or should we set up two foundations and help each foundation raise money and have these interfaces compete that way?
Well, the reason why I mentioned that legal structure is because Steemit is essentially decentralized, and if somebody published something that somebody doesn't like, say WikiLeaks or something like that, you could get in trouble and get sued. But if you have the proper legal structure, that company can fold and Steem will still survive because the other company that has the IP inherits the brand as well.
Yeah, I think that's the goal.
Or at least protects the IP.
Right.
They're two separate entities.
Right. Yeah, I'm not. Absolutely, we don't want the IP to get in the way of anyone running any Steem-based sites. We want it to be all public use. Anything that's Steem branded should be public use. Anything using the Steem blockchain should be public use.
I love this notion of the non-profit, and that you say that you have the incentives lined up and the social layer as well as the possibility of earning Steem. Because then, if I'm a writer, it's like I have multiple benefits of being there, because it's interesting stuff, but I could get rewarded, and even if I'm not, it's still not a total waste of time. But it's still like, what, maybe the question is, how do you think is the best way to get a sort of a culture of creative excellence, sort of really interesting content consistently happens, it's inspired that. What do you think would be the best
to have great content?
To get a sort of culture for that in the long run?
There's some culture that sings that tune a little bit. You hear people say, Steem rewards quality content or something like that. So I think that the financial incentives and the natural auditing that a lot of Steemers like to do when they read a post, and the quality that they look for before they give an upvote helps drive quality. Now at the same time, there's a lot of content out there that is more shorthand discussion content that is also really valuable. So I would love to see all types of content, whether it's short, quick memes, whether it's long form opinion pieces about the presidential debate or something else. I'd love to see it all. But the financial incentives have been a real experiment in terms of driving some of this. So I would argue that we've seen some of it already today.
Just a quick question about seeing other content. Right now, the 4 post limit per day or limit, soft limit, is kind of limiting something in a more short form.
That limit should go.
It's going.
I think it should go. You guys agree?
Yeah.
I think it should go. Yeah, well, there shouldn't be penalties for socializing.
But it's not for editing anymore. There was a time when you edited your post more than 3 times, then you got a penalty.
There's been growing pains, guys.
Just want to make sure it's gone. Just a comment. Do you have a comment on the weighting of individual votes versus weighting of stake? Because as it is now, I guess the payment that the rewards that you get are solely based on the stake. So do you have any thoughts about this? Does it make sense to weight maybe individual votes a bit higher than today, or in terms of curation rewards?
In terms of curation rewards. So currently, there's no aspect of the rewards algorithm that accounts for number of votes. It's been a difficult idea to incorporate. There's the Sybil attack challenge, and that is someone could go create multiple accounts, and then they've got more economic power. So having stake-based weighting has been the answer there. But in terms of developing a very usable site, I think it still comes back to managing the social side almost separately, but in tandem with the financial side. So, people are used to going to social sites and seeing number of likes or number of upvotes, and they know each person equals one upvote. And I think that does a really great job of representing social opinion, but we can do a better job on the site. If you look at the hot algorithm and the trending algorithm, they kind of are case in point for the value in having 2 different types of views of the content. One
what is the difference?
Populist. So hot is populist. It's totally based on number of upvotes. Trending is totally based on the depending economic payout.
Because I guess to protect against Sybil attacks, could you have a model where you need to be above a certain threshold in Steem power, and then you would have a full counting vote?
You could do that. Now that brings up a great point. Curation guilds are something we've been thinking about. We've realized that there's probably a lot of benefit in people being able to lend out or delegate their voting power to others. If you look at Steam Power as a sort of tool. Pretend it's a shovel. You can take a shovel and you can lend it to your neighbor. They can go dig a hole. They can use it to build a house. That is something that we're looking to construct on the blockchain. I just drew up a spec on it that I'm going to be publishing on Steemit to have the community review, and then I will ask the community to, think up, design. How should these Curation Guild pages look, and how would they be presented to best manage this feature? But I think that we're thinking about this stuff a lot, and it'll only continue to get better and more intuitive.
I think you can solve two problems with one stroke. One problem is that people, at least people I know, are complaining that when they upload, the payout doesn't change, which is kind of a stupid problem because it makes AI anyway. That is kind of a problem because people receive themselves as they don't change anything. It's not worth anything that they upload, which is not true. And the second problem is that the actual number that is paid out doesn't represent how many people actually like the post. So I would think that a good idea would be to still show the payout numbers in dollars, but put them somewhere else in a corner, and instead of the number, show the upvotes, like literally like the likes, because that number is changing whenever you click, and the payout is something that's somewhere else. That's people perceive that as being slightly unrelated.
Right, and they want to have positive feedback.
Right.
If they're doing so, they want to feel like their voice matters.
Yeah.
I would suggest something a little bit different and easier, I think, because as Zero said, actually people would like to know that they have some impact, even if this impact is really small. So basically each vote matters. So maybe for users which do not have very powerful vote, we should display more numbers, not just decimal places. That would be very simple to do.
But it doesn't change.
This is the first thing. And the other thing, because people have to understand that their vote is worth much more when a lot of people vote for stuff, because of how algorithm actually is designed in non-linear manner. So actually, if I would be the first one who voted for some post, but I supported it only with 2 cents, it would be great if I would know at the end of the day where this post is worth $100, how much this post would be worth without my vote. Actually, it would be much more than those 2 cents.
I want to ask,
and that would be the perceived value of my vote. I think that could change how this could be perceived.
Yeah. There's something about like the previous thing with the dollars. I've just always been wondering, because this is something that I reacted to the moment I came to the site. It's very, very, it feels almost like a casino because of all the dollar signs. It has that atmosphere like, here's all the money, come right up folks, has that kind of thing to it. And it's like greedy, it feels greedy. That's what the dollar signs do to me.
Yeah.
And I wonder, isn't that a bad thing?
It's not a bad thing, or it is. What'd you say?
I'm wondering, is it a bad thing?
So there's been some psychological experiments and studies that show that behavior and perception changes drastically if someone's doing a task versus doing a task with dollar bills on the table while they're doing it.
Does that answer?
So that's very much on purpose, I guess.
Well, it's an experiment, and I think it still needs to be played with. There need to be other iterations. I tend to agree with a lot of what's been said, and we need to probably port the dollars to another piece of the site. Now, there's another thing about the vote power. A while back, there was a suggestion. So there's this thing in the blockchain called target votes per day. And essentially what it says is that to use your voting power with the most and get the most economic return on your voting power, you should be voting 40 times. And what that means is each vote that you cast has a maximum amount of vote power behind it. So we suggested to take it from 40 to a lower number. And if you move it lower, then every time you vote, there's actually more value or more Steem power that you're putting towards any specific piece of content, which would potentially help with the challenge that newbies might feel like their vote isn't making an impact.
So I noticed you on the Trello board there was something like badges and achievements, and I think we can choose this one to give each user the feeling he's achieving something. So, so you are signing up and you get a welcome badge, and you are now on Steemit, and after you make maybe 10 votes, you get the next badge. So you are now familiar with the system, and combined with the notification system, you can basically give each user, it doesn't matter what kind of vote he has, but he get a direct feedback on if he votes, and just a small notification you voted again, and just 5 votes before you get the next batch. So I think there doesn't have to be a monetary incentive directly. For me, it's like it's fun if you log in on a site and then you get this cute designed badges, and maybe you can make something like every month one of these badges getting some really huge amount of Steem power, so like a Referral or something. So you can combine different instruments to make it more powerful. Each one.
You definitely add some badges that not just go by vote count, but go like a badge for adding $1 value to a post,
exactly.
$10.
Yeah, you have endless possibilities.
To add to what Moisey was saying, when you click on vote, and if you don't see an impact, right, you could add something that says the amount of value that you added to that post, and if it's below a certain threshold, you could say, okay, here's how you increase your weight. Like you want to make more. Do you want to make more of an impact? Here's how. And then show them how to get Steem power and explain that whole process.
Yeah,
so
just
can upsell.
Another comment on that basic economic mechanism of how to curate and get rewards. I think that if you changed the algorithm a little bit to weight low Steem power holders more, that would also create a larger incentive for people to actually purchase Steem power, because as it is today, you really have to fork out a lot if you're going to have any kind of power.
The challenge with scaling the algorithm that way is it creates a civil attack vector, where now you are still incentivized to create many more small accounts, with a smaller amount of Steem power, because you're actually getting a boost in your economic power by having these small accounts. So it's a challenge. But curation guilds will help too, because people can come to the site, they can join guilds that essentially sponsor people and give them more voting power. So there's going to be potential there.
Yeah, I think it's also, maybe some people would think it's not fair if you are first into Steemit, why your vote should not count more or should count less than a guy who just signed up today. So people who are in early,
Can I comment? The thing is that every new user to the network brings value. That's a fundamental feature of all blockchains. That's a fundamental feature of all blockchains. Every new user creates value in the network, and the newcomers don't get any part of that value. I may sound a little like a socialist here, but I'm an anarchist, and I think that it's really fair to give a little bit of value to new users just for joining.
It's a sensitive task
So if you talk ethics, if you talk about ethical dimension, I think it's really actually fair.
Yeah, they already get what we're saying now.
Yeah, Steem, so it's
but that's the Steem. That's Steemit.com. It's not
they are
the
using value from Steem when they sign up.
We're talking about Steemit.com. The Steem blockchain doesn't reward new users.
Right. So maybe it shouldn't be all about rewards. You know, I think we either figure out the Curation Guild thing. We either figure out how to lend more voting power to these newbies, or we get really good at separating, social voting from financial voting, and both those things are going to help.
Actually,
in the back, yeah.
While we're at this topic, I would like to talk about one idea that I wrote about. It's called R-Score, and it's a hybrid between Steem power and reputation. And the way it works is you have to think like, how would impact of users be more accessible to the masses while being resilient to civil attacks? The idea is, on the economic side, to think about how much money is enough for like how much money is like the limit in which it's too expensive for spammers to pay out that much money to manipulate votes, but it's still low enough so people can afford it.
Right.
So you could say, okay, the account needs to have at least $100 to start having economic power, and then define the range of minimum and maximum, say $100 to $10,000, and you assume that most users are going to be in that range, and then the voting power is based on that range. So people above that have the same power as people at the top of that range. And essentially what this does is it democratizes voting power, because if it's just based on the entire spread between accounts with zero Steem power and whales, then the discrepancy is so huge that everyone except for whales has no voting power, essentially. But if you define that rate much lower, then...
So where did you mention reputation, though? Where does reputation come into your algorithm?
So reputation...
The other thing about reputation, I'll just warn you, is it's non-consensus. So this would be a totally new algorithm that makes reputation a consensus piece of information.
You know, there is one thing you could do without changing the total voting power of a person. You could give newbies the ability to vote once per day with a low voting power, and then as you gain more voting power, you're allowed to vote much more frequently and give the same total impact.
Yeah, right.
And that also would create an incentive for whales to be more active.
Yeah, the changes to the rewards algorithms and the emissions of Steem are probably the hardest things to do in a decentralized way. But the reason I bring up Curation Guilds is because those goals are important, and there are some resources in the system, such as the @Steemit account, which has lots of Steem, and other whales who can endorse initiatives like these to democratize voting a little bit more.
If you limit new accounts to only have one vote, but if you give same voting power to those accounts as big accounts, and the problem isn't solved, because some voter could just make 10,000 fake accounts and still have 10,000 votes a day, and they could easily.
If you had a blockchain, if you had a blockchain that could verify identities and motivations as a real person, then you could solve this problem.
Or attention, proof of attention, in a way, to make sure that every account would actually be active.
Sure. Yeah. So if you could have a blockchain that had completely accurate information about who was behind each account, then you could democratize it. But that's a problem that hasn't been solved.
No.
You can't. Bringing in accurate identity information is a challenge for all types of businesses across the world.
Have you thought any about getting reputation into the consensus algorithm? Because that's one way of creating a sort of digital identity.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there has been some discussion about this. These ideas are they're certainly not production ready. But there's some conversations to be had where the community is essentially establishing everyone else's reputations. So they're kind of doing the identity verifications, and what that would mean is that you would have to allow the community to take economic action on people who are not verified identities or have bad reputations. And what that means is the ability to revoke tokens from people who have bad reputations, essentially fine them. That'll be a tough change to bring to Steem, but it's possible.
I don't think that reputation has anything to do with identities. I'd rather like to see a way that I can actually verify that I have met that person and that I know that he controls that account. Because once you have that, you can build a web of trust pretty much like PGP is doing it. I literally just sign your public key. I have met you, this is your key, you control that, and then what you can make is a web of trust. And once you have the web of trust, if you had it as a part of the consensus, then you actually could even run algorithms that basically what you get is a huge network with like nodes that are interconnected. Every node is an identity, and these nodes are interconnected. And there's some theory from information technology or communication theory that allows you to kind of figure out from one point to another point what I'd say like the link degree between them, like the capacity is, and if that capacity goes beyond some threshold, then you can say this is really a verified identity. And with that feature, what you could make is whenever there's some cheaters that are trying to identify themselves in circles, what you get is a unconnected network that is not connected to the bigger network of identified real entities.
Right. I love that idea. I love that idea. And there's some really cool economic things that can be built into that regarding credit. And to establish that web of trust in an even more reliable way, you essentially ask these nodes, you ask the points on the graph, who do you trust, and how much would you open your wallet to them? So if I say I trust this guy Fabian so much that here's my wallet, it's completely open to him. If he wants to, he can walk into my wallet and take whatever he wants. Just like I leave my house unlocked and I let him know. And if all that is recorded on the blockchain, then you have now degrees of trust and credit. And there's lots of other cool things that can be done with that. Yeah.
But I think you're...
I just have a short question. I wonder, it's about something a little bit else than what we've been talking about, but it's just one thing. I noticed that the Steemit is open source, but it seems to have some special stipulations in the license. What's the background? What's the reason for those restrictions you put in there?
The reason for the restrictions is to protect the community in a way that brings value to a for-profit company and to the community holders. But as you can see, we are taking steps to make sure that the incentives are aligned for all the people in the community. What does it mean for the future? I think that we will, regardless of any of that type of language, we will see blockchains flourish. We will see more and more. We will see incredible experiments. But yeah, that's based on...
I always wondered if the intent was to encourage people to go back. If they wanted to do their own twist on this, they would have to go back to graphene and make their own fork. I wondered if that was maybe one of the reasons.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Someone following the license would have to go back to a starting block pre-BSD modified license.
Right.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
I have a question about another item from Referral report, particular internalization. Could you tell us a bit more how far this will go?
What was it?
Internalization.
Okay.
Whether that will be just translating all strings on the website, or maybe subdomains with the code of particular country at the beginning. How this will work? And
internationalization for Steemit.com right now is just a translation of the different headers on the website. It's not subdomains, at least not today. and the GitHub should be open. I haven't been in this this part of GitHub, but it should be open for people to come and contribute the translations today.
Okay. And by the way, could you tell a little bit more about status of Golos?
Golos. So I can try. I honestly am not very up to date. This was a project that a group of Russian entrepreneurs approached us with. They said, guys, we are ready to fork Steem and bring it to the Russian community. And one of the earliest sort of challenges we saw as we were creating Steem was, will we be able to bring this to other communities? If we are relying on the financial aspect of this system to drive growth, then the DNA makeup of the Steem holders will create a barrier to entry for people who have language DNA outside of the core holders. So if we look at Steem today, it's mostly English speakers, right? So if you come to Steem with Chinese and start writing posts in Chinese, there aren't voters who can read that and then make an informed decision on whether to upvote it. It could be plagiarism. They wouldn't know. There are two ways to approach this. One is create a chain that has different DNA, and the other is curation guilds and have essentially Steem holders decide that they want to dedicate Steem power towards voting for specific sub-communities that speak different languages. So Golos was created at a time when we thought it would be very interesting to see this language experiment. And there's a group of entrepreneurs there that are experienced in crypto and blockchain, and they essentially said, we're going to take care of all the technical stuff, we're going to run the business, you guys don't have to do a thing, just give us a nod of approval. And we were happy to do that in the interest of seeing the experiment play out. We know that the Steem community, which is also going to be part of the Golos community, will learn that much more, that much faster by seeing another experiment occur.
Any plans for a referral system?
Yeah. Referrals, invitations. I think what we'll start with, especially through Steemit, there's a few types of referral programs. Anyone coming from BitShares is familiar with this on-chain referral program. A lot of other companies in the last 15 years even have run referral programs that are centralized. I think one of the first really successful ones was PayPal, and they pay people $5 to sign up their friends and that sort of thing. We've seen that model over and over and over. Every 8 months you get an email from a friend saying, "Hey, join this," and then your friend gets $5 when you join it or something like that.
In my opinion, the referral program can hurt the whole community, because when I sending a link to the main website, other side, my friend, know that I'm honest and I do not have any direct interest, and people are suspicious because I think Steemit can appear more scammy. Right now, it's to a lot of people hard to believe that this is real.
To start with,
the additional
the thing to start with
Don't do referrals.
The thing to start with, Noisy, is an invitations program, and allow people to invite people without any sort of financial incentive to do so, with only social incentives. We've seen that work, and that's what we need to do first. And if that is done well, it's our way of beating Facebook and all these companies that have shadow banned us. This is our outreach program. There will be experimentation. There will be iterations. There will be A/B tests, and we will incentivize it in some of these trial runs. We'll see what works, and we should embrace all the possibilities, I think.
I think one of the best things you can do to Steem is to allow new users to see actually that their vote counts. I think that would be a real killer. And I'm not convinced that the number of votes can't be an effective way of separating between large holders and small holders, because you still need to pay to register an account. And today, this is Steemit.com is responsible for making sure that people don't sign up multiple accounts. I really don't see how
anyone can create an account directly on the blockchain.
Yeah, but that costs.
Right.
Yeah. So then you can't spam accounts. If you can only vote once per day and you can vote for 5 cents or 10 cents, it would take like half a year before you can make up what you spent on creating the account. So I really don't see why that makes any difference for a civil attack.
Mathematically, I think the civil attack's still open. I don't want to be doing math right now.
Okay.
Well, but let's talk about that later. Any more questions, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My end is I'm not up to date about the bounty system. Is there any progress with getting some bounty system?
Bounties, yeah. So there was a post a while back, and we were thinking, how important community engagement is, and how many great resources there are in the community. A bounty system would be very interesting, especially if it were integrated directly with this, layer of value, the Steem-backed dollars, the escrow functions of the blockchain. There were a couple proposals. We started with a sort of mock-up of what this would look like, what functionality would be brought forward in the app. There were a couple proposals that were well done. I'm not aware of anyone working on the second phase, which is actual. To actually build it. The cool thing is there are some bounty websites out there that other blockchains use. Ripple uses one. I forget what it's called. Bounty Hunter or Bounty Source or something. We could potentially start to leverage that more. But yeah, community engagement is going to be really important. So I have someone working for me now who I think will end up becoming a sort of community development engagement manager. But we'll see. That's kind of a position that we're developing. But it's going to be very important to have great communication between everybody working in the same. All right, guys. Anything else?
Feedback on the foreclosed limit.
Yeah. Maybe bring up that thing.
When Ned said that for cost of limit should go, yatta!
Is it comment on the stream?
Yeah.
We have 12 people watching that as well.
12 people.
12 people. Nice.
Cool.
Good.
I always think numbers are so small, but people are always impressed. I guess I'm hard to impress.
Well, it's growing. Yesterday was 9, wasn't it?
Yeah.
More polls can be great.
Compounding.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Guess we'll take a 5-minute break or 10 minutes. 10.
So when I think about the monetization, I want to write most about how it will be more or less easily done. Something like monetization of all stream on the website. Also, subdomains. Each country would have own subdomain. Would basically do 2 things. By default, would add prefix to the tags which we will use. So, for example, for Poland, I will use pl.steemit.com. By default, if I would want something, for example, tag sport, then by default this tag would be to pl-sport.
You could potentially do that without the subdomain.
Yeah, but that would simplify a lot of things, in my opinion. Basically, that would cause that not Polish content
should be filtered out. Because if I'm using PL, then I am interested in only Polish content I'm using. If I want to read the English content, I go to direct many websites. I guess this is one of the many possibilities of how this could be implemented. But basically, that could be very, very simple to do so.
Yeah, we can do it either way. We've seen this run by other people.
Gjorde du det? Jeg har ikke støtt på.
Nei, jeg trodde jeg skulle bøste.
Det er nå lagret i streamarkivet da, i verste fall. Men jeg hadde ikke formatert det minnekortet ennå, for at det er 32 gigabyte minnekort. Jeg tror jeg hadde glemt 64-kortet hjemme.
Skal vi kjøre den, eller skal jeg?
Jeg klarer, men du skal bare annonsere.
Ja, jag kan. Jag tänker det, men jag ska... Vi kan göra efter det. Ja, och jag ska inte dra, men mobil går ut. Vi passar på att gå ner och köpa snacks. Aha, vi måste ändå läsa. Så om du kör igen... Så kommer vi gå in. Jag såg det. Jag jobbar där. Då har vi kanske fått ja, okej. Alltså, vi har lite tid. Nej, men det är alltså... Den diskussionen med olika nivåer av fast, den är... Man skulle kunna använda alla AISB, man skulle kunna samla det samma som till men jag har ingen slags som är liksom väldigt
Yours aren't ready to buy.
It's made by
The point was it's just not a very fun. I mean, what you see when we go on the map, Essentially, what we work and also editing, why people technically go Viking is something in a sense.
To go Viking.
Yes.
Like,
the suffix in English, we replace it with no. There are many English-based things where the word W-I-N-T-H, which is
go at the end.
That means it's really bad. So you go bang, you're setting the base. You're going bang. Yeah, exactly. It's the word. So it's not, and also, the Vikings were more like a profession than an actual people. These were basically people who got access there.
If I tell people that they use it's kind of so no, I was definitely before and I was using but it's the best one to get rid of on eBay. Exchange documents like I'm changing corporate documents
So, well, we want to present the other guys on the screen, right? We want a video.
So the idea
Okay. Yeah, so you guys have to turn up and I'll just create a hangout. We just got it. And then we'll go here. And I'll be back until you.
Oh, okay. Then you just thought about the
That's just ridiculous to me. I wish people were actually starting with
So you're seeing, I understand what you get for average pricing, we're missing where on the field, so yeah, it's yeah, because Norway, 80% of the it's basically like taking 2 minutes of the south. I'm progressing. Sorry. I need your we need to set up the Skype. Okay. Oh, you want to use one? It's available because mine isn't there. Yes. Because I can option. And also, I would like your advice. Because yeah, no coming also work with you can focus on getting a platform built that
in teoria. Og det er så tidlig
Does the platform be
har i hvert fall ikke flyttet på den.
Altså det folk ønsker å gjøre, er kanskje da er selvnæring, fordi folk har lov også høyeste men man bør også se på hvordan se på
Manuel, aldri så lite problem. Denne maskinen har bare HDMI. Hvor er HDMI? Ja, det så jeg ikke. Jeg så bare det. Jeg trodde det der var noe annet. Kan vi Skype?
Du får bare litt til land på, da.
Just don't do anything else.
Skal jeg be Silvan gjøre det? De er der borte nå.
Jeg vil en del som US.
Det er ikke sikkert vi trenger å bestille kanskje.
Det spurte jeg om ok. Vi kan på også ok, jo flere åpen, jo flere utsett. Er det så galt? Ja, ok.
Well, we have to that's good. That's what you can do it ever since.
There is no way of starting working on something if you Ok, er vi klare? Betyr det at alle andre er klart da? Kan jeg si at man skal komme?
Jeg skal bare legge han til. Det var en research.
Ok, men nå
What the fuck?
Men hva kan jeg si? At vi starter om 3 minutter?
Jeg fikk du skjønner, det her kontaktinfoen til meg her.
Christian?
Ja, men han ga meg telefonen i kontaktinfoen og skulle skjerme seg. Den var jo, jeg fant ikke, for at displayet sto på man kan bare få lov å endre hvor det stod kontakt. Slutt å mase da, la meg.
Ok, er dere klare nå? Vi henter på.
Hvor skal kameraet peke? Ja, du må sikkert hente folk. Hvor skal kameraet peke? Jeg tenker publikum. For meg var
I got all my goodness for to get the piggy value. Everything connected.
Jeg tror lyden hans går ut på prosjektet. Jeg tok en test i sted, jeg må vise deg hva jeg
Takk for deg. Så reagerer jeg takk.
Skype is not responding. Vær så snill. Han blir dårlig. Han kan installere. Det er en ny installasjon av FintechFactory. Så gjør det der. Det vet jeg ikke. Jeg bare sier det. Det jeg fant ut var men det er sikkert bra.
If you make a new successful project, new successful platform, you still have to try to figure out a way how to monetize it. So obviously, when you don't want to do something that has no sensible business model, a lot of services either charge something or generate revenue, advertising, something else. Also, some people work for Steem and their witnesses, they get Steem tokens and they're required. It really depends on the project. The project is very different.
That's nice.
That's probably quite
How to reward you? Take now in. We got in online. We have a little chat what's about artificial intelligence and CryptoFinance. It's a company called Evil.
This might be interesting.
Hva skjedde her, Tor? Format media, du har byttet folk?
Den er ferdig.
Hvor står det format media?
Har du byttet det? Nei, den er ferdig. Det var ikke noe opptak på det kortet uansett. Jeg skulle ha formatert det før vi begynte, men jeg rakk ikke å gjøre det.
Du vet at vi har drivet og tatt opp?
Ja, men det var ingenting der, det var noe 3 sekunder der. Det var det som gikk alt i stedet.
Ja, ok, så det er ikke fra gårsdagen?
Nei, det har jeg vært. Det ligger på 64 kortet hjemme. Nei, det er kun på streamopptaket. Du må se at det blinker record på skjermen før det går fra kamera. Du ser hvor lett det er.
Kan ikke jeg bare skylde på deg, Tor?
Du ser hvor lett det er å gjøre feil. Kan du trykke på oversiden for det er den rekordknappen bak?
Ja, jeg bare skulle se om det var drivet eller ikke.
Men den rekorder nå. Snu skjermen så at du får sett den. Ikke snu den laptopen, da blir det feil.
Nei, men jeg vil bare...
Ja, men da må jeg gå og justere den igjen. Da må kameraet hans...
Ja, du har justert kameraet.
Ja, jeg hadde det. Skal jeg ikke skulle, da må jeg gå og justere.
Nei, det går bra, Tor. Jeg justerer. Nå vil jeg
Ja, du skal stå her.
Ja, jeg skal bare produsere.
Ja, da får du gjøre det da. Jeg hadde bare ordnet alt så man bare kunne trykke en ring.
Nei, men det er bare en liten ring.
Og lyden er på korrektoren.
Guys, let's sit.
Volumet er allerede maksa.
They're not coming? No? Kanskje når du starter. Maybe. Please come to the front please come to the front seats so he can see us better. Okay, hello Paul. Can you? Okay, we can't really hear you.
Det er jo lyd fra Skype, det hørte du.
Okay, now I can hear you. Okay, Paul, let me just introduce you, and then I'll give you the stage. So, yeah. Okay. So we have Paul from Enin with us. He's an expert on artificial intelligence, and his company is doing artificial intelligence on stock markets, analyzing language, analyzing news, and giving input to traders. I guess he can tell us a little bit more about it himself. But thank you very much for joining us, Paul, and be my guest. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Just a second, I'm going to try to share my screen so I can get up my presentation. Can you see my desktop yet?
Yes, we can see it.
Right, great. I've got the video link so I can see you here on another screen, but well, there's about 2 minutes of lag, so it's not very responsive part here. So, I'm here to talk about AI and the blockchain. As Peter mentioned, I work for a AI startup. Let's see if I can minimize. My background is in industrial economics from NTNU, where I specialized in artificial intelligence and finance. I used to work as a business intelligence consultant and now work for NN. I won't bore you too much with what we do, but our specialty is taking unstructured data, mostly news, and analyzing it to gain benefit for the financial sector. So, advanced sentiment analysis, if anyone is familiar with the term. Now, before I continue, I'm sorry, but every single AI presentation has to include a slide. It's the law. Before we continue with talking about AI, we've got to define it. And I've stolen this definition from Wikipedia because it's the least wordy. Defining AI is not easy. But the important part here is it's an intelligent, rational agent which can perceive its environment and take actions to maximize the chance of success at some goal. However, important is the last part of this definition, which states that when machines are becoming more capable, some things that we believed are defined as requiring intelligence are no longer defined as artificial intelligence. But this gives us these 3 main points to define an AI. It needs to understand its environment, it needs to take some kind of action, and it needs to further some goal. Those are the 3 things we're looking at. However, if I'm going to go on a brief tangent, the definition I showed you is part of the reason why AI researchers are bitter. The thing is, AI is a field which has changed quite a lot, mostly because we've removed more and more from it. If we find a solution for a problem, we stop calling it AI. This annoys the heck out of AI researchers because they've solved quite a lot of AI problems, and then we start calling them easy problems. One example of this is search. Just trying to find the quickest route from one point to another used to be defined as an AI problem. Now we just call them search algorithms or pathfinding algorithms because they're easy. You can write a quick pathfinding algorithm in 15 lines of code. It's not AI, it's not hard enough. In other words, the field of AI is more defined as the stuff we can barely solve more than a specific area of it. But that gives us a 4th point here. It has to be non-trivial. If you can write the algorithm on the back of an envelope, it probably isn't AI. So, AI and the blockchain. There are many ways that you could link AI to blockchain, but as far as I'm going to cover in this talk, there's two main ways of doing it. The first is looking at AI as a medium. No, sorry, the blockchain as a medium for AI itself. But more relevant right now is probably blockchain as an environment. If you recall, we had this definition here where the AI had to perceive its environment. The blockchain would be such an environment. The blockchain as an environment is quite exciting for AI. If only because there is far more information available than in similar environments. If we're looking at finance specifically, trying to get specific high-resolution data for financial transactions is difficult. And this is something I've experienced largely because it is literally my day job now. You can find hour by hour data, day by day data, that's no problem. Google it, you'll find it. Try to find minute for minute data or transaction for transaction, and that's almost impossible, or at least expensive. Blockchain-based currencies are in their nature far more open, which means that if you're training your AI on a blockchain currency, you've got a so far historically impossible level of resolution compared to if you're building it in a traditional field. The main change this makes is it would make finance AIs in the blockchain democratic. You don't need to be Goldman Sachs to run a successful trading robot anymore. So let's talk money. Blockchain currencies are different from other currencies, and they are an interesting field to try to develop a trading bot for. I've looked around and I see that there are several of you out there that are considering making these robots, but there are some unique quirks to blockchain finance so far, which gives some challenges. The first of them is simply maturity. The traditional currency markets are far more stable and have far more actors in them, which means that the movements are not quite as radical as in blockchain finance. This means making a robot is both simpler and more difficult. It's simpler because you can go a couple of steps back. You can look at simple techniques that were used 10 years ago in traditional finance. It makes it more difficult in that the stabilizing effects that normal markets have are not as pronounced in these type of economies. But first of all, data is simpler to get. But yeah, the instability issue. Here I've just grabbed the Bitcoin prices here. You guys are far more familiar with this than me. But if you compare this type of prices to any other currency, it's got more in common with a third world country currency than with a traditional one. If we're trying to find a country to compare this to, you end up comparing it to countries that are, if not actual war zones, that are not far from it, instead of US dollars. Here we've got some volatility indexes. Volatility indexes are just easy ways of trying to set a number to how volatile, how fast changing the currency is. The yellow line is the VIX index. No, sorry, it's a volatility index for US dollars. The blue line is a similar index computed for Bitcoin. As you might have thought, there's an absurd amount of volatility in Bitcoin as compared to traditional currencies. That's good. If we're trying to make money off of movements, Larger movements are easier to make money out of. If it's stable, it's harder. So, what kind of strategies could we use? I have not yet tried to make a trading robot for blockchain. I suspect one of you guys might be able to do that before me. But from what I can see, blockchain currencies are extremely vulnerable currently to sentiment trading. Sentiment trading is based upon analyzing all the news or discussion around a given topic, trying to guesstimate which direction the underlying commodity or currency is going to move, and then buying or selling it. The idea is you're trying to model how a human analyzes a situation somewhat faster. If you're able to do it fast enough, it's not quite scalping, but you might be front running a scholar. You're doing the same trades but doing it slightly faster. This is dependent on being able to analyze the sentiment around the field accurately and quickly. That is not easy, but the trick is if you do it well enough. If you're able to predict 55% of trades correctly, you end up making money. So if I was going to make a trading bot for blockchain right now, I'd look at sentiment. The second one here, overcorrection and mean reversion, is based upon traditional market movements. Overcorrection is something you can observe quite often. If a given news story happens, or if a given event occurs, the market may move quite a lot more than it probably should. It overcorrects for this effect. After this, it'll have a slope. If you look at a market movement happening after a news story, you will very often see this type of effect. This is relevant combined with sentiment trading, simply because you can make a strategy which is, if there is a very quick movement, sell as in short trade in some way, or buy if it's going down, and wait till it jumps up a little. There's quite a lot of people who are doing this type of strategies in the normal financial markets, so it's harder to make money based on it. But from what I can see on day-to-day movements in blockchain, it is a direct possibility. The second strategy here, mean reversion strategies, is something which is a tricky field in blockchain currencies. The mean reversion simply means that everything reverts to the mean. If you've got a brief movement, if you've got a large movement, things will stabilize afterwards. And very often it will stabilize roughly the point it was before. I suspect this will be a good strategy to base oneself on in 1 year. I have not seen a blockchain currency which has found a stabilizing point yet. If you look at the Bitcoin prices, these movements are too large to use a mean reverting strategy. But in a year or two, when movements are more predictable, buying into a movement which is too large, expecting it to go back to the normal or to the previous norm, is going to be a way to make money. And I'm talking very blatantly about making money here, but this is finance. It's a cynical business and people are in it to make money. Sorry. If we're going to talk about the architecture or all the great future things you can make with this, there are better people to talk to about this. I probably know less about blockchain than most of you guys in the room. I'm sorry. However, I'm talking a lot about instability in blockchain currencies. There is a heck of a lot of it in normal currencies. And robots and AI, they make that problem worse. Flash crashes in normal currencies are generally caused by AI robots going insane. They're simply overreactions and very often based on the sentiment strategies I mentioned before. They look at the news, they react far more than humans do, and then you get extreme dips. This flash crash happened just a week ago. This is the British pound to US dollar transaction rate, and it fell by 6%. Note that it stabilized closer to its previous level. But an AI robot more or less destroyed the market temporarily. Flash crashes do happen with blockchain currencies as well, but they're not quite at the same level as what the term flash crash is used in the traditional economy. Mostly because the flash crashes I've seen in Bitcoin happen during the day. Flash crashes in normal currencies or in normal markets happen within minutes. And this is simply because high-speed trading has not yet hit Bitcoin or other blockchain currencies. But it'll be interesting to see what happens when they do. Then we get to the fun parts. How can you use blockchain as a medium for AI? And by medium, I mean simply, how can blockchain be part of an AI, or AI be part of a blockchain? Not just exploiting financial movements. First of all, we've got the new big sexy thing within IT, which is the Internet of Things. The problem with Internet of Things is how the heck to share data, and for that matter, all of these wonderful sensors everywhere which we're going to be exploiting, how will we get money from that? One suggested method to do so is sensing as a service based on blockchain. Someone running sensors could use a blockchain type mechanism for rewarding sensor data gathering. Now, the actual sharing of data should probably not happen in a blockchain, simply because it takes up space. But it can simply be done using a peer-to-peer method or Ethereum Swan, that type of mechanism. But using setting the timestamps in the blockchain can be used as a proof of work type mechanism, allowing an entirely different way of running the sharing of sensor data. I don't think this will be big within the next couple of years, but it does solve some problems that are being looked at currently. The next is simply using blockchain as communication and coordination channel for AI. Coordination of different AI agents is not easy. Swarms and similar types of structures are not used in a distributed manner simply because trying to get them to communicate over distances is difficult. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the Byzantine generalist problem. Raise your hands if anyone. Right, good. Short version, the Byzantine generalist problem is just trying to make sure that the other guy knows that I know that you know that I know that you know that, etc. The classic case is you've got two generals trying to coordinate an attack, but the enemy is in the middle. So they need to make sure they need to attack at the same time. They send messengers across the valley, but the enemy could kill a messenger. So how do you make a scheme where each messenger, where you know that the other guy has got your message about when to attack, and the other guy knows that you know that they've got your message when to attack? It gets a bit silly, but it is more or less impossible to solve in theory. This was one of those fun problems that you can actually solve in practice and block one solution. Using blockchain and proof of work mechanisms, you can actually confirm that at least over half a consensus, that is, or agree on a time or a way to do things. This may sound esoteric and, well, a logic problem, but for a swarm type intelligence, being able to agree on that type of consensus is critical. And using blockchain, a swarm may be able to coordinate in a distributed manner over great spaces and with communication lag. So, why do we talk about swarms? Well, in AI is fashion-driven. You've got a new cool thing which we're talking about right now. And that's everything anyone is willing to talk about right now. The current fashion is deep learning. Now, you've probably all heard the buzzword, but deep learning is neural nets. It used to be the buzzword and the cool thing in the 80s. So now when we're doing it today, we give it a new name. And we excuse it with saying that these neural nets we're using now are deeper and actually learn. Yes. We've had other fashions before. The previous trend was using random forests or random jungles or random, larger version of random trees, which solved quite a lot of problems. Now we're using deep learning to solve quite a lot of other problems. And some of those problems actually seem to be AI. Optical character recognition used to be considered an AI problem, but now that accuracy has gone over 90%, it's now just an algorithm. Once again, why AI researchers are better. But there is one fashion which I suspect will come in again. And blockchain will be the mechanism to make it interesting. Swarms. Swarms use emergent properties, as in you've got quite a lot of agents who together can coordinate and solve a larger problem. I'll get back to that in a bit. This picture I would just put in because it's funny. It's from the latest bookie collection, which they presented 2 weeks ago. Apparently in the world of fashion, data centers are in. And for some reason, Daft Punk. Right. As for the neural nets is a we call it a sub-logical system, as in they're biologically inspired. We try to copy how you'd think the brain is constructed. But that does not work very well for distributed computing. You've got some methods for how to do it. But neural nets and that type of methodology uses quite broad feature sets. By broad feature set, I simply mean number of columns, number of features. A deep learning feature set can be hundreds or thousands of data points wide. This makes it quite difficult for a distributed methodology. You can, considering that for most of these learning methods, you need to keep data in memory. It's generally done on computers with 60 gigabytes of RAM or up. So, using swarms, however, you can use a number of simple actors and they can coordinate to solve a bigger problem. Ants are a classic example here. Insects use simple algorithms. They've got ways of communicating, ways of coordinating. Each ant isn't clever, but the ant is clever. Using a large number of agents coordinating in different manners, you can get quite complex behavior. The difficulty is coordinating these agents, so giving them some method of communicating, which doesn't cost quite a lot of bandwidth. And I do believe that a blockchain is the solution for this problem. Now, the next slide I put in just because I love it. I'm sorry, but this may be my favorite GIF on the entire internet. I've got no other reason to include it. But right, swarms. There has been some early papers on using blockchain-type mechanisms to coordinate swans, and I'd suggest you look into them because this puts the blockchain in more or less a real world. Most of these approaches is how to coordinate actual robots. But it can also be used to coordinate a distributed agent acting on some digital problem. The last part, which I must admit I do not have a solution for how to do this, but I'll pose it to you guys in the room or outside it. Could one build an AI in a blockchain? One example of this would be running a blockchain as a AI learning contest. You've got several different AI agents or AI producers, either human designers or evolutionary algorithms or similar, trying to solve a problem. Being able to improve on the previous solution could be used as a proof of work mechanism. The reward would be as a could then be run as a blockchain currency. Of course, what I'm describing here is a very advanced and complicated method to run a Kaggle contest, but it could actually be useful. I just don't know how yet. Now, I suspect you guys are tired of listening to me. I'll just finish off with 2 reading suggestions. First, Action Random, a book by Charles Ross. It is available for free online, and you can also buy it. And it's interesting. It's fiction set to the point where the singularity happens. It's written before blockchain was ever suggested, and quite large parts of the book could describe Ethereum. The main interesting part of it is in Act 3, where he starts describing what he calls Economy 2.0, where AI-driven companies, completely independent of people, are acting in their own self-interest as economic agents. I'm not sure, I don't think that'll happen, maybe there's not also, but it should inspiration for how you can construct smart contract-based companies and similar.
I'm sorry, Paul, could you please repeat the last sentence? You fell out of it.
All right. That book is fiction and should not be taken as anything you actually can implement or use. But it can serve as inspiration for how you can possibly construct a future economy based on blockchain-type currencies and smart contracts. It should be mentioned that in the book, this economy is more or less the bad guy, but, well, it's a good read anyway. The second reading suggestion is an actual paper. It's written by a MIT graduate, and is a suggested structure for how to run a robotic swarm system using blockchain communication. This isn't original research, but does summarize a number of different approaches in the field. But it is a possible solution for how we can finally be able to make physical swarms of robots. Now, I personally find that exciting, which might indicate me being a bit odd, but it does show how we can start making a distributed physical agent that can solve problems using blockchain technology. I suggest you at least give it a skim because it's a fun paper. So that's enough for me. Thanks for listening, and I hope it's been interesting.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Paul. That was really inspiring. I I think at least people who are sitting here were really mesmerized, and including myself. I see that you brought the artificial intelligence aspect of blockchain well beyond just trading bot, which was kind of our first idea of how we could work together in the time ahead. And you definitely opened some eyes here, I think, on what can actually, or the link between AI and blockchain goes much deeper than just making the markets more efficient. You mentioned that that kind of focusing on money in trading, and that the artificial intelligence aspect is just to milk out money from the markets. I don't believe necessarily that's a bad thing. I think that making the markets more efficient is actually a needed service, and the artificial intelligence aspect will make the markets more effective and more correct. But then you proceeded to bring it into a whole other dimension, creating artificial intelligence blockchain. That's something we really need to talk more about, Paul. You really.
Now, don't get me wrong.
I think you can stop sharing the screen now.
I like making money. Don't get me wrong. I like making money, and making a good trading bot for the blockchain is a way to make quite a lot of money. But I think this is a bigger technology and can solve quite a lot of AI problems, more than just that one.
Definitely. I think that we will conclude here. Maybe if I could ask, if someone here is interested to follow up and have a little chat with you, maybe tomorrow, is that an option, or can we put people in touch with you who want to follow up? Of course, we will be in touch. You know that BitSpace is. We're just waiting for the right time, maybe next week. But if anyone else, do you mind if we pass people along and?
Feel free. My email is paul@nm.com. You got it lying around there somewhere. If anyone's interested in to get in touch and have a chat about it, feel free.
Great. And also one more thing. Could I ask you to please share the slides with you? I'm sure that our audience and probably some of our viewers. By the way, you're being streamed on Steemit. You're part of a live stream. Yeah, Christian told you, that's a good thing. We should probably mention before we started. But for our audience and our online viewers, is there could we share a link to your slides? Because
I can post the link in the live stream thread if you want.
Oh yeah, that's just perfect. Very good.
Or maybe you could stop the screen sharing so we can see you in full screen.
Oh, sorry.
It's not you, Manuel. It's Paul. It has to.
No, I can.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, now we see you.
Yeah, he doesn't need to share the screen anymore, though.
Okay, so we'll take some questions from the audience. I gave my comments. So we have one question here, Carita.
Yeah, it was just if you could write the email address on the slides.
Okay, so the question was if you can put your email address in the comment as well on the Steemit post.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
I think you should be able to hear everything in the room quite well, right?
I can hear most of it, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Someone wants to say hi? I guess Sebastian wants to say hi.
Right. I would have loved to be there with you guys, but I'm literally streaming this from my parents' basement, as I'm just home there for a weekend.
Yeah,
that's good.
We understood. But next time, Paul, we'll do it next time.
Yeah, I'll be doing it next time. Definitely.
Absolutely. Okay, so that's it, I think. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you for the time, and was a great show you gave us.
Yeah.
And thank you for listening.
Of course. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Bo. Okay, so just one thing. We are considering going together to the restaurant just nearby, but we need to know if people, I mean, basically approximately how many people would like to join us for that. So maybe we can make make a reservation if it will be a lot of people. Any who here would like to?
What kind of restaurant?
Yeah, what kind of food?
Oh, it's an a la carte restaurant where they have like different things, burgers, steak, pasta.
Okay, so it's a generic restaurant.
Generic restaurant, but it's quite. But the advantage is that it's.
What do you have? Food.
Yeah. So the advantage is that it's just next door. It's really close. It's like 5 minutes walk. We thought that this would be a better place to have like the Saturday dinner, because if we do it in the center, then maybe it's going to be harder for people to make it. So just a raise of hands. Who is interested?
Now or later? Or?
Yeah. Okay, so we're planning to go over there around 8 o'clock. That's the plan. We'll have a little snack now, and we'll proceed with the hangout. So it will be around 8 o'clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Then we'll have a good idea about that. Okay, so now I guess.
You should repeat this question on the slide.
5 minutes break and then some PS2.
Sorry?
Yeah. You should repeat.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there and do the same. So, also the internet is up again. You can now log into Wi-Fi, BitSpace, and
5 minute break.
yeah, okay, 5-minute break.
Spennende saker. Det er skikkelig artificial intelligence i blockchain. Ja, det er sånn all den informasjonen som er der, og du kan finne på å bruke all den informasjonen. Det er vanskelig som mulig. Det er som work in musikk.
Ja, det er så store muligheter, og det er åpne hav. Det er ikke sånn at det er like store bedrifter og prosjekter og prosjekter. Det er så åpent, da. Og det er så siden det er så regulert, så er det ikke bare å gi det. Ja, det blir sånn liksom å bare du har blockchain, og så har du liksom hva kan man gjøre det, og så bare ta i. Ikke sant?
La oss jeg skal skrive en lang, veldig interessant artikkel. Da føler jeg det er visse ting jeg kanskje kan gjøre, men det er visse ting jeg har spart veldig mye tid. For eksempel finne relevant fakta-informasjon, bare skrivefeil, det blir ikke så vanskelig. Men at det kunne kanskje ha sånne hybrider også, da, mellom IA og
Altså, jeg tror det er innom for det her. Just for the sake of it. It's their value.
Those are the kind of but I'm myself from the this is how I raise myself up to like hand it to the leadership and then educate them about the game change of and say, okay, we need to be part of this. And so we get the big guys that gives us very good setup. Then we get clusters. So healthcare, I work with also cancer. The Ministry of Healthcare is going to actually one of this. It's a collaboration with Finland. Actually, it's so the format is like you go big, those are the stakes also for big players in Norway. So you play it with Nordic, and then we're big, and you become part of it. It's a very different twist to think more like FintechFactory, where you put a bit of peanut because you want to capture value from something that could become big. The reality of startups, of course, but it's a wicked business model. It's high risk of source. You're going to have to change anyway to like crazy. So it's a slightly different tune to innovation generally. So it's an interesting journey, but I talked to very large investors that want to start playing or investing in this kind of new tech. Very encouraging.
Slike ting har jo blitt
which context where you see like the whole potential really strong application where
for the future we have some potential models in making investments in
there's something about the ecosystem that's more efficient. How far is your journey?
I guess
I haven't yet how the market is. How the market is.
I'm talking to a big investor. I don't know how much it's right now. But, well, actually, I met with one producer have reached because he was supposed to be one of the very projects. And I realized he wanted to set up a portfolio around here, just to look at the stretch situation, game change, market type of thing, which you can really argue that it's going to change. And it's probably because it's around food production, storytelling around the world needs more food production. And he invested in like Singularity University in the US, kind of thing. So huge funds, this kind of thing, right? And he has invested in AI companies that are participating. He wants to put Norway on the map of this production, and he's also small in May. good for tourism. Counter events to Internationalization, but specifically with exponential tech on the map. We need to catch up and but an interesting vision. I also met this one, the former managing director in Norway. Of course, he has so now he's no more investing to support exponential technology. He himself was born in Ethiopia. He has a relationship to investing and kind of going also but he's connected to it.
But don't tell anyone it's a secret.
I was telling the story a bit early phase also, but what I'm trying to do, try to get validation, say, okay, that makes sense, and generally it's quite positive. But that guy could be possibly something for you to approach. He's called Tom and he's openly in the marketplace now talking about how a lot of things are wrong in Norway when it comes to investing for those things. So he's trying to be more open. You can keep it in mind on the guy did have
Det är spännande att man snackar om AI och kryptovaluta. Portfolio dataprogram kan ju nå eie valuta. Så kan det være virus.
Just go on to I can give you my short, I can give you my contact. He's also quite a manager.
Men det blir ganska reducerat av just
That's why I'm has a lot of contacts.
But it would be fun for me to discover. I'm just curious, you know, like that. I think
Yeah, the banking system works. The banking system works, right? That's the thing. Have you heard about PSD2? No. It's good. You look it up.
And it's kind of everything is connected with banking. It's like I have red balance, and it's like okay.
Payment service directive too. they are very fan of their short names. But basically, it's the bank trying to be open.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a thing so that the Norway banks have to open the API now.
Yes. It's an EU directive, so it's going to be European banks has to open data.
Okay, this is planned for 2018. And
yes.
The European base or just for Norway then?
No, it's European based, but it's going to take time to implement. Of course, I think the industry leaders are saying like 2020, something like that. So where is it actually going to be?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Something has changed about the regulation body of European. So because people advise me to go outside the European system,
yes,
to Switzerland and fun because digital currencies are getting highly regulated, and you are basically not able to make an anonymous transaction because it's illegal. So that's I'm trying to set up a company in Switzerland.
That's cool. I will not go into the regulatory stuff as much. I will be on the strategic logic way of looking at it.
So if you have you have good pertaining time. If you place it all correctly, you can start with offering a product.
Yes.
It could be not changing.
Yes. That's let's call it trend, right?
Guys, okay, so just a little announcement. We booked the table now at 8:15 at the local restaurant. It's actually called the Local, so that'll be a nice way to keep mingling. So please don't fill up completely with hot dogs. Just save some space for that. And I want to give the word to a fantastic guy, Sebastian from Zeet. He's going to talk to us about the existing structures, the existing finance, give us some sneak peek into how this stuff works. I'm going to let you present your own company, what you guys do.
Yes, of course.
So please, Sebastian.
Thank you, Mario. Very glad to be able to talk to so illustrated and smart people. Basically, what I'm coming from is the PC industry, or the payment card industry, where we are trying to enable digital receipts identified on your card number and sending it to the banks. And I'm one of the companies here on the Accelerator program, and we have. That's how we met with the BitSpace. We were on the same table, and they actually teach me about blockchain and cryptocurrencies, which was a totally new world for me. And in the same progress, I hopefully tried a bit, to tell them about the current industry, which is the financial sector, which has all this power, which all of you in some way are trying to disrupt. Maybe not exactly the financial industry, but at least the old players. So, to just give you a little insight on current markets, right? So PCI industry is very big, heavily secured, very not anonymous. It's very centralized, right? So you have all these security measures that are covering this to get inside. For example, you have 4 players or 3 big players in the bank terminal sector, and all of those are competing themselves on the different aspects. But where they are connected is the centralized system, which is Bank Accept in Norway, and it's mainly the same in the Scandinavian market at least. You have Babs in Sweden, and you have Nets, which is doing the service side of this, and it's also doing that. So it's a lot of it's a lot of mingling on different levels. And then you have the core banking, which is every SDC and Banksoft, which are the big ones here in Scandinavia. They created more or less the technical side of the banks. And the banks are mainly just an user interface, technical-wise. But above this, which is coming now in 2018, is the AISP. And that's the banking sector actually disrupting itself in a way. It's one step out. It's not completely unregulated. It's going to be it's not going to be easy to be an AISP, but at least you're allowed to be it. You can say it like that. You're leaving the market players to create their own systems and their own UI towards the banks. And the banks are not able anymore to just say, okay, we're just working with that person or that company, which was the norm before. And this somewhat comes back to what you all are trying to do, to give back the power to the people, to decentralize decentralize the value, right? So nobody can really control it. It's all about the person itself. And how to take this into AISP is that if you, for example, you have your perfect or your favorite app, right? Before you were only able to go through the bank app to see your transactions history and your bank account. But in the future, maybe your favorite social app or your loyalty app or your Steemit app, for example, could show your transaction history or show your account and use the services in the bank through that UI. So the PSD2 is opening up 2 aspects in general, if I'm going to go back to that. And it's the centralized payment, which was done underneath the banks towards the retail market, the physical retail market, has been heavily centralized in all countries and also bit because Visa and MasterCard has such a power in the market on the cards. Where actually it's been, how to call it, it's been becoming too expensive. The market itself is telling the market, we are too expensive, we're too centralized, we are not open enough to give other players a fair chance and put the prices down. So what it's going to do is going to enable PISP to be created, which is basically just open up the market for players to all give their own solution for payments from retail towards banks. And that's going to drive the prices down. That was the first disruptive thing. And the second is building on the banking sector. And the banks, which we've been in talks now for 6 months, are looking at this in kind of a hybrid way. They still have 2-3 years before this is going to be implemented, so they're trying to do their own solutions first, before it hits the market, before it's allowed to everyone to do it. So for example, VIPs. VIPs is a very, very clear example of an AISP in the future. It's going to allow, for example, today you have your card, you put it in the VIPs, and you can send money for free between friends. But they're already now starting to implement invoices, and you're going to be checking your insurance in it, and you're going to be able to pay with it in the retail also. Use it as a payment app, like wallets, as we all love and hate sometimes. And after that, VIPs has created kind of an interface which owns the customer, which is what it's all about. You can then look into other banks' account through VIPs, right? It's going to be the AISP of tomorrow. That's where, for example, if I was a Danske Bank or Nordea or SEB Bank, I would be able to go into the VIPs, which is a DNB app, and look into my SEB account. Basically, it's stealing the customers from the other banks. And that's why VIPs is so heavily focused now. They are burning, I think, 1.5 million a day. It's free, but they're hundreds of millions each year just to keep it up, just to get the customers at the moment. Because they think that, okay, if we can own the customer, we can own the market. So that's AISP, and here are some of the things that could be made much more automatic and much more transparent, which is the focus on it. And there you have the bookkeeping, which is part of what we are trying to solve with enabling banks to get the receipt into the bookkeeping system very automatically. And that is due to seeing the bank as a network platform more than a rigid institution. More of a platform which could enable all the programs above to easily connect to the underlying system. Because due to it being so many, go back to it, due to being so many different players down there, it's very heavily to integrate with all the APIs on the underlying system. But if the banks had one easy API, which is open banking, you can just have your application and connect to that bank and enable that value to your customers. And that's where the bank will win. Some will win, some will lose, of course, we're making it too hard for new third parties to create value. I'm sorry. And to this, you also have the GDPR, which is coming, and this is even more disruptive actually. I do not fully know the details, so don't bear with me on the legal side. But I was in discussion with some of the foremost cyber security guys this Friday, where they clearly said that the GDPR, which is it's sensitive in the EU, is going to disrupt the old business so much due to some simple restrictions. In future deals, if you take a bank card or a payment service today, it says something like, we now also will have to share the data needed for this service to be operative, right? To our third parties in the value chain. But they don't specify what data is shared between the players. When GDPR comes in the middle of 2018, those agreements must specify what kind of data is being transferred between players. So this will mean, for example, that media houses will know if a service, for example, will have to give out your name, your telephone number, or your, for example, your social security number to enable this service. And basically it disrupts it so deep down, so it's hard to see the implications of it. But I would, in my estimate, I would not think that the old players will get that much data in the future. They will not be able to store and transfer data as easy as they do today. Because now it's done like kind of nobody knows actually what data is actually transferred between the players in the payment industry. But the future they will have to, and they also had to in the deal they will have to also specify how they store it, how they aggregate it, and how they transmit it further down the stream. And this is somewhat, if you think of it, disruptive in so many ways that it would kill a lot of the business models today, which is the payment industry lives on. Business intelligence in many ways. And when that's going to be shown the light upon, I don't think the media houses will be pretty nice upon these deals that will be made. They will shout out, they are dealing with our personal security numbers and our personal information down the stream of actors. So I think that's the implication is going to be much wider than you think. And that's 2018. So with that, I just wanted to give you an interaction and which is an interaction is just an information on the PSD2 and the GDPR market, which is coming in 2018. And I really see that when it comes to identification, blockchain has something. It can make a very decentralized identification system for example, third parties above the bank, enabling a very non-centralized, heavily costly system for third parties to connect down into the bank sphere or the value creation underneath the bank. Yes?
Could you explain what the abbreviations here, like the...
yeah, of course. Payment Initiated Service Provider. It's you can say that PayPal is a PISP. It initiates a payment, and it's the talks about what security is needed. It's going to be at least a two-factor one, where you have to have something that you own and something that only you knows, for example. Like when you have a card or a mobile phone, you have to both have the mobile phone card and the PIN number to enable it. That's the talks at the moment. And many of the things are not rigid in stone. That's why I have dwelled not that deep into it yet. I just look at it in a strategic way and what has meant for my business, for enabling the banks to distribute data towards third parties in the future. And the more data you have, or a more detailed data you have, the better value for the end user. AISP is Account Information Service Provider, which is the big open API, open banking, if you ever hear it. That's the spectrum of new apps and new value creating services. For example, you can take Min Boligmappa in Norway. Have you ever heard of Min Boligmappa? I think. Okay. Basically, it's an app where you kind of gathering all the known receipts or values that you have in your home, and you have an object for it, so you can track of all the costs and all the kind of like insurance perspective things on your house. In the future, that could be an AISP, which gets the information. You give it, of course, you have to, as a person, give, yes, I want you to take out the data from my bank account to calculate what my insurance would cost on my house, for example. That's something that definitely will be there. It's one of those, we would say, early adopters, but personal economy is even closer. But somewhere these insurance, bookkeeping, personal economy, and loyalty program will be early adopters, as we believe, for the AISP API, as it is. And banks are called ASPSP, which would be the Account Service Payment Service Provider. Yes, I know. It's well, they're glad in their short names, right? So, and that's what the bank's going to be called, and that's still very much just a bank. It keeps your identification, your money in your bank account, and is the backbone, still very heavily controlled by the government and close contact with the government, but you can look at it as a bank service, basically. And those are the three words that you need to know. There's PISP, ASPSP, and AISP. Those are the three new ones. And regarding GDPR now, that's General Data Security, GDPR, General Data Privacy Regulation. And that's, I think they've done these two simultaneously with each other, and it's really funny to see how the industry has digged itself so deep down and becoming so rigid that they don't see the value that could be created on the data that they own. And if they just shared it more freely, you can start to really see some synergies out in the market, and that's why these incentives have come, I believe. The major problem which they are discussing with PSD2 is that when you unregulate thing or you regulate it towards an open economy, is that everybody's going to do their own thing, as an own thing, right? If you get, for example, if you have a PISP and you have the pretty well working industry today with a payment going in just a second and it works, right? If you open it up and you allow everybody to create, you have 1,000 different solutions straight out of the box. Like everybody wants to be a PISP because you earn money just by transferring money. It's not rocket science. But that's a very difficult path to go, and they have to, as I heard in the talks, it's that if you open it up too quick and too easy, you would end up with just a hamstring of a lot of these different applications, and different applications will be having different stores. And that's not going to be it's not going to be added value for the customer. It's just going to make it more, let's call it, mixed. It's not going to make it an easy implementation on the market. So that's what they're really dwelling in now. They want to open it up, but as banks are banks, they have to have some control, right? So they try to do some national institutions still. For example, BITS is going to be the PISP between the banks, and probably going to be kind of the old system in the new dress, which is going to be the system that the new players, for example, Verifone is going to be a PISP, most definitely, and even PayX is going to be it. They're going to have to connect to the BITS and then to the banks. You can look it up this into the Norway, financial Norway. It says a couple of words of that, and I really do empathize that you should look into the new regulation that come in, because it's so disruptive that you can see the possibilities when the data is much more freely and open, and you can start to make these great apps or these great synergies above banks, using banks mostly just as a network player, enabling you to catch the data and the values downstream. I will leave you with that. Thank you. Any questions, by the way?
So, I have one comment. I don't know if it's a question. The PISP and AISP separation.
Yeah.
I kind of can't get it to make sense in a blockchain context, because it feels like it's a kind of an artificial.
It is artificial.
Difference that is specifically made for the existing banking system, where you have one system to initiate and another system to get it. Because in a blockchain wallet, you can see your account and you can initiate transactions.
Yeah, the PISP is going to be for the.
So how can we fit in this?
I believe that you can fit in here, enabling your technology on personal identification. That's where I think blockchain can use, for example, different AISPs as moderators to look into, okay, you're the correct guy, you can use this. Today it's going to be a centralized. I mean, this bank ID, for example, that's a centralized thing, right? That's still going to be in play. That's not going to just vanish. Some kind of that system is going to be in place to get access to your account. It's just that now you're going to be enabling different providers to access the data, leaving the market players to say, okay, the customer now wants to reach his data through this API or this application. That's the real deal now, that they can reach it through any application that just meets the security needs. Yeah.
So with all these new disclosures and all these new opportunities,
yes.
Is this going to be moving from a transaction-based market to a relationship-based building market, and the consumers are going to want to be seeking trust as a currency as well within the new market space?
I would say that they would definitely they will look for the most value, what they are interested in. For example, if I am very concerned about my inventory in my house, I would like to use that app as most as possible to reach down into the bank. So I think it moves away the power of the banks that said you have to use these apps to reach your application or your data in the bank, to that you can now choose where you want to see the data. So it moves the power over to the person who can then themselves say, okay, I would like to see it in this application, or I would like to see it in this web browser. That's the main key of the opening up of AISP. I will go back to the PISP side. The PISP side it's not about looking into your account information, it's enabling payments. And as you said, it's an artificial one, because they're going to have the same security measures. It's just going to be level 1, level 2. Right? So you have to have a higher one to enable PISP, because that's where the money is transferred. The other one is only information. So yeah, did that answer your question somewhat?
Well, so then where it's going to go is that those with the deepest amount of customer information would be those providing the most services that customer wants.
Yes.
And
then you also have the banks who still feels like, okay, but we're losing everything then.
No, but couldn't the bank just buy out that company and say, we provide this also as a service, and then...
They are.
Yeah,
that's what they're doing now.
Yeah.
Vips is an example of that. Mina Tjänster in Sweden is an example of that. Minvoice, Minvoice Liquid, for example, it's a personal economy app, which was on this program. They are talks to be bought out because they see that, okay, they can be a sandbox team to enable services for our customers in our bank. Yeah. So you see a lot of these traction where they look into fintech startups, right? Yeah. And they say like, okay, that is enabling us to be more competitive in the future landscape where we have to open up. Well, let's own them before it opens up.
So a startup, what they really want to do right now is see what the bank wants and reverse engineer a product and exit strategy, and boom.
Yes, yeah. That's exactly what fintechs are doing at the moment. Yeah. They're trying to look at, okay, what value can you create on financial information? And then, okay, we got traction. Now we've been bought by the banks. We're done with it. Go on to the next. Yeah. That's true. So it's going to be a hybrid market. So someone's going to be owned by banks, and then some new ones are going to come and disrupt it again, and get the people into their app.
The next iterations, right?
Yes.
So what are the actual requirements to become an AISP?
It hasn't been set yet. It's still that's the thing, right? So well, you can look up into strong customer authentication. I think it went through the first iteration yesterday. So it's really first iteration, right? So we'll see. Yep.
Still wet on the paper.
Yeah, it's still wet on the paper. Yeah. So you should look into it and see what you need.
It's all gonna happen too slow. Blockchain is gonna catch up.
Yes, Marcus.
Yeah, but basically, from what I've read from the legislation, basically every bank is going to have to implement some form of API, which is a really interesting thing.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if it was a perfect world, everyone would implement the same API, but from what I've read so far, that's not the case.
And that's the problem, right? That's why you get 1,000 different APIs, right?
This legislation that they have to create some kind of API for even the individuals, that's what's so interesting for startups.
Yeah, exactly. So it's that's the problem. That's a core problem. They are opening it up, but everybody wants to do their own thing. Then you get 1,000 different APIs, and everybody knows how. I mean, it's pleasant to just redone your work every time you should get into a new bank or a new system. So the national progress at the moment is dealing with that question, because they know it's going to have to open up, but how to open up and how to do it in the best way.
But the open banking standard, that is kind of an attempt to make it standard.
Yes, it is. But that hasn't gone through with all the banks. That's like, well, he's all about, no, I think I can do this in a better way. Yeah. Any other? Huh? That's good. Okay. Thank you so much for taking your time, and hopefully we'll get into some EU regulation now, right? Look into the opportunities. Thank you.
You want to go? Okay, so Sebastian,
yes.
If people want to contact you and ask for advice, or
I can definitely take a workshop, or I can just sit down here and have an open discussion about it if you would like that. That's really fun. So just catch me if you say like, okay, I want to have a 5-minute discussion about it. I think this could be interesting. I will never take that.
And for the stream, the live stream, maybe do you have a Steemit account?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay. So you have to go and make a Steemit account and post your email in the comment section.
I will do that.
Do that. And if it's okay that some people can contact you or ask you questions.
Of course.
Are you going to stay here tomorrow as well?
I'm going to be here. I'm going to be at work tomorrow, but yeah, I will be on the telephone. Yeah. So, okay. And I'm driving the truck, so I'm not going to do that much.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, cool. So thank you very much, Sebastian.
Thank you very much. And thank you guys for listening.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess next. BitSpace was going to make a presentation today about CryptoFinance. We are going to postpone that session until. We're going to postpone that session till tomorrow. We're running short on time. We got off track again, but now our internet is up, and hopefully it's not going to go down again. So tomorrow we should be more on track with time. We have planned a hangout with the Steemit team, which we're gonna. What's the time now? It's okay. So it's in about 15 minutes. We're gonna have a hangout with the Steemit team and people here in the audience. So until then, just mingle, hang out, chill, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 seconds, I was just going to figure something.
So I'd like to build on what you said and based on the question.
Would you like to have that show there, or do you want to have our...
You
know, that's one thing to also say. We have a very good knowledge. I said that easier. Yeah, you can make it one step to take it to the front.
I'm trying to think about how we can accelerate stuff like this, right? It is part of the structure. Run it with real then you have a story that may not be the end result, but at least
every story is important. That's the thing. Every little step you can we did this, tried this, and got this out, huge progress. Every little thing.
by creating the ecosystem, we'll have an influence on today and say, how do I share my data? That's good. We have to listen to the trick. Even on top of everything, you know that sort of that was the goal, right? And then we can create that. On top of your thing, you will have more reactions.
In emails. Ja. Tack så mycket.
To decide banking requires political ways as well to get to them, be able to leverage
Sagt nej. Du måste ha det.
Give me an example.
Let's say third world countries where they just
Det är björnhandel i det svenska. Det är sketch där jag menar.
And there's nothing.
Yeah, sure. I'm just going maybe I was just curious to know where you were at into the after the where's your state of mind and how are you building up your business and so on, and what are your areas of excitement? I'm working on generation venture.
We're building the crypto.
Yeah, so you're probably very much. I'm not so much into the let's say the Bitcoin, the crypto, businesses where and then where I come from. So I'm actually looking toward the large industry applications, things that actually going to diverge from the pure currency. also I think we're doing and then basically kind of setting a business model around it, and also large investors. My stuff actually, the tune is that it's taking it beyond blockchain. It's not blockchain specific, it's for so it's things that have okay. And it will be artificial intelligence, blockchain. Those are all okay. It's disruptive business model. And that's the other.
Blockchain is a technology. It's like somebody invented fire. Right now, fire is the best technology we have. And someone also experimented with electricity, AI. So I guess it's like
I've been dealing with this now for
how do you run tomorrow?
No, I'm going home.
Are you focusing a bit on
because we're at the crossroads, we're deciding where to settle down, where figure it out. I mean, we have our project, our biggest project. That's what we
many times
a lot.
It's true.
We have heard that.
Yes.
Sausage. We especially need our project. I mean, we have a lot of interest in this space. Maybe we want to be a little bit careful.
But it's still seen as MBA on Bitcoin.
So we're not looking for like venture capitalists to BitSpace.
You pay MBA on crypto. That's a good start.
But BitSpace will be a company partly owned by BitSpace.
And what I mean, this is yes, the directors being so old, but cool. I mean, this is from the 80s. They have an extra microchip even reader. I mean, it's the most concrete. Now the technology wise, it's cool. It's still cool. The people even made this is they don't even know how to reinvent it. No, seriously, I was at B&B and they were joking with me like, okay, yeah, we got these courses and we created our own. We created in '84. But we don't mess with the code. We're on 95. That's what we use.
They're going to create these new APIs. I know myself
they are no, they're just creating the bubbles on top of it. They're not changing anything underneath. That's
basically have to plug in somewhere where they could plug in.
Maybe.
They've already made them. Maybe they don't
outside of it. That's what those are in their own universe.
Yeah, in their own closed systems, all partners.
Very entrenched.
They're moving things from
a lot of banks, a lot of partners, and a lot
they're
of
economically real, right?
Yeah.
And they're really interested. You're not taking things in and out of the car, you're just making the car function within the overall.
We don't have that format.
Yeah, it's true. They are. That's why you see so many layers, and that's why it's so interesting. Because the underneath it is a very
that's why everything because he was
The banks actually choose the creator of the technology, and the next one they're doing is as a consultant service.
It's more around innovation.
It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed.
So this is the space where it's disrupted.
They're maximum for bits. That's why they are it's too big to be used.
And then the future is very hot. That's starting to get like, okay, so it's more collaboration and blockchain obviously is inviting itself very
so that's why I'm here to change something more specific.
But I'm thinking I'm trying not to enable which would be very abstract or even cryptocurrency. And more anchored.
But I mean, BIPS is not even for banking industry
focused.
It's an old standalone server. On site. And that's going to be the API they use for something new.
So in that
but that's only an extension of resources, not banking. And it's created by in-house. No, they're not in-house. They just want to do the UI. And that's why they are feeling so vulnerable now. Because anybody can have BitSpace. We have. They try to win them by buying up.
Yeah, because they have already bought.
Exactly. We're just paying I mean, that's the loss, for example. We're really trying to get they don't make anything. Just pay that straight up for it, pay for it to own the market when it's touch of the future. And that's why you get all these mobile banking apps that are fighting each other. Because they know that they have to in their structure. They just don't use them but why do you think it's trouble? Why do you think they are backing you so hard? But you're getting away with it. They try to do it decentralized in a centralized way. They're one leg out. They're not two legs out. They have that something.
Maybe nevertheless, I think it's kind of interesting. Stuff, for instance, that I worked on. So I think the overall fashion collaboration. This is expansion of the universe for us, right? And then once the max buy it,
it's like you see in all this very good company. Take all these retailers, right? It's like one for every retailer.
So this is where I go.
Fancy 25 different apps. People have one shopping tool.
Ministry of Health is joining.
Everybody doing something else.
And it's also and it's also when I do the work,
yes. And Slack is the same.
But then we start small.
You have extended through Slack, but still Slack system.
Built on COBOL.
No, it's not. I don't even know if you can do anything.
There has to be so much.
It's a credential. Maybe somewhere. What if I do some network busting up some road?
There's no. The best. I'm sitting in that sort of culture, all maintaining this.
Yeah.
But it's not just changing.
And you have the other one. Even the server is hard. So you're on contact with the server.
Emergencies, we don't let the Rangers.
They got the people that built it like that. And the system that's built is so old out.
They won't shout at me because I'm not ready.
No, there's no fault. And a code.
I was
$100 billion investments these past 10 years coming out into it's still done by code. Yeah, I mean, there are 3 guys, 3 or 4 guys sitting and typing it manually. I'm not sure.
No,
For NSB, there's manual work for bringing out the prices. It's so old. And they're not, and the system is not even handling looking at the program is more skilled. And they don't do it pattern. They just look at what kind of, they don't have pattern working downstream, looking at how was it yesterday and how was it 10 years ago, what happened the balance cost on time.
But I don't have any.
It's 40 years old.
Well, you know,
is it here on this computer?
It's going to be on that.
Okay.
So I'm still kind of.
Then could we do a panel of guys here?
Well, what's going to happen is laptop catches here. Audio from the guys goes on the projector, and you see everyone on the screen.
Okay, we have everyone on the screen, but we're going to have a bunch of guys too.
Yeah.
Could we all sit here and have that?
That's just a live stream, so it's not really connected to this.
Okay, if we could connect it with that, then
The live
people
stream
here,
will
the
probably
people
just
here,
see
could,
everything here.
if then the audience could see this screen.
Well, the audience on the live screen, they do see that, and they will see, they see that, so they hear what we're saying.
Yes, but if we start it up, oh, you're right, they will see this.
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect.
So anything you put on the screen, they will see it here.
Okay.
So it works just fine, I think.
I think it does.
Okay, so this is far from being professional, but
hey, you're doing it. Great job.
I know how to do it professional, but we didn't have time for it. I can do the audio mixing and everything, but Perfect.
Introduction or how I see the book is the great the thing is that I made it strictly private blockchain without yes. Or the blockchain without the currency. The blockchain with the currency. The blockchain without the currency. It's like a man who's you have like a lot later doesn't really have the power. Also, a little bit research. And we're doing that. We need like you do more intelligently complex. And this is what I was talking about. I'm saying and they would right? But the reason we put the other type of so discussing private blockchains, I don't see that as a future. I see that is a middle ground on the way to the in order to colonize other parts of the pace. Then we can continue because crazy the idea of infinite growth. We have every single project. We have to colonize the purpose. Actually, those externalities catch up with us. So it's a bottoms-up approach, whereas the other one is what is our order is where you are from is more about the machines and the places. That's why we're doing those decisions. Yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, right. So this is why they'll keep the peers in the seat right next to the corner. Yeah, it's so easy to use. Yeah. Then you need to just to understand where I come from. We do actually really try to position ourselves. So we are coming from the open blockchain space. We are approaching traditional finance, whereas the traditional finance is coming from completely closed centralized systems. They are approaching us. And I believe that we are at the tip of the crypto economy and willing to talk to the financial industry. And there are also other people that come from the other direction, which are also at the tip of that and very open to the crypto community. And that's where we need guys like, for example,
det är det som är grejen. Det är det som är idag så är det ju idag så är det ju
showing cryptocurrency, crypto stock exchange.
Så det som händer med den grejen är att du kan
see the reaction there.
Det är två egna svärd. För den här sådana parter som säger att man accepterar en sak. Istället. Du accepterar ju den
basically everybody
way heavier than I expected. It's like 20 pounds each.
Coming to trading, but I come in for a private conversation. Sure. Okay, everyone in there? So I guess we'll just sit here and
bring this live. Where's the live stream camera pointing? It's
Yeah, I ended sorry,
just see the guys from Prague. It was the one last.
Yes, Magda and I just ordered from Institute of Crypto Anarchy, but they have coupled it with a ticket, so I have to pick up local now. And I just wrote them, hey, sorry guys, but I just want to get it delivered. Yeah, I think it's a really hard job, tough job to if you want to do this every day. There's so many cameras. You are basically. Did you see where they are talking about topics in a room without any electronic? And it's really like it's really crazy. They are like in jail when they are talking about hot topics. It's really completely without electronic, and you go into a room. It's really crazy. But they are right with it. So I also have every. I agree with it myself. No, it's just you. For me, it's like.
Yeah, this light is really making a difference.
Yeah, that's great.
Because I don't want to run all my life with some.
Alright, should we call them up and then?
But I think if you are careful, so I'm always wearing caps. In summer, I wear this. So basically, if I can show you my personal ID, if I cut my beard, nobody is knowing me.
You left the group, I guess that was the purpose.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you're not technically.
And they're slowly they're coming together.
Yeah, I heard
Wow, this many participants in the.
Yeah, I did. I
We still have a limit after this. I'm not sure if I remember when I just 14.
I cut it in 1 week before my mother died.
You have to see.
And after this, I cut it just for Miami. I was thinking, okay, you are going to US. But they didn't look at me. But if you watch what I do in Miami, I'm the small problem. So
Maybe you want to join us up here?
There, I really appreciate one of those guys.
I'm just going to ask about Steem
and then what I want to do in the and then I talk about
other ways of
they are
Steem
and then I'm not going to go deeper into this topic because I'm very technical. Yeah, I'm graphic designer, but I also mentioned that it's much harder to get it.
What happened again?
But after this trip, they are collecting to aid because because George was
okay, so there's 5 and then there's 3 more.
I'm not sure about this. I just remember now that there's a great written. You can
Let's go on, right? Okay. So who's going to come up here? So he knew American learn from the creation when I was
I'm just the guy helping out. I'm the guy running these things. You guys?
In his car.
All right, awesome. All right.
How's the hackathon?
We're gonna do. I'll be up here.
Are we going on cruising?
Cass, you want to come up too?
No, I don't have any questions.
All right, good. Go like this. We'll get Farouz up here too. I'm going to have Farouz up here to talk about updates.
Okay, yeah.
My prototype, my father was telling you guys what was done.
You want to be up, right? Okay.
Which is like, at least I know what I need to do. How can we stack this laptop? This needs to be higher. Maybe, I don't know, super long.
Are we all in the screen?
Yeah. So we have to be above his head.
So you want to take care on this side of it or that?
So you want to actually look at the sky? Oh, it's actually moving.
Can
you see this close as
We can
possible?
actually see them here.
Yeah, because they can't see you.
Yeah.
They are that way.
Yeah,
we have
that's
to
the camera.
gather in a circle around this webcam.
Awesome.
No, they can look at the live stream.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But there's a certain lag.
There is a delay.
Oh yeah.
I think it's very
Valentine's in its cars. I don't know if you're gonna.
So we do actually want that laptop to see them, okay?
Just stay like this. It's easier to see them. Yeah, we didn't see the audience.
Don't any of you talking.
Or can
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Alex.
Oh yeah, if you're in, everyone, let's move down a few inches.
Okay, so should they see the panel or should they not?
No.
Yeah, you have to see this as tight as
Then
possible.
I was trying to move the laptop because their heads are kind of
Yeah. Intimacy.
Okay.
See my eyes.
I guess the audio is good enough.
I think we should all sit here.
Well, yeah, we can all get in.
Is this panel angle more people in the panel than in the audience?
Yes. Perfect.
All right, great. Can we, okay, so I'll just introduce everybody. We thought we would do a technical panel. We can kind of go through everyone who's here. We've got about 4 people on Skype, and there's 6 of us here, at least 5 technical types, and me. But I'm going to introduce these guys, and then we can talk about our experience using Steem as an API, and some of the tools that have been built to create better access to Steem and to the other applications that have been built. Here on the right side of the panel, we've got Sigve and Fabian, and they've been working on some really incredible blockchain tech. Maybe you guys, we'll talk about that in a second. We've got Cass here. He's designed everything under the sun regarding Steem and BitShares. Anything that looks good, he's probably had a hand in it. We've got Farouz here, developer of eSteem, a mobile app based on the Steem blockchain, written from scratch. Very impressive. He was the guy who really paved the way for getting Steem approved in the iOS App Store. So thanks, Bruce, for that. We have Curation on the end here, who's leading project SteemQ, which is an ambitious project looking to integrate IPFS with Steem and create a sort of video content platform. In Skype, we have Alex McEwen, who's he's doing business operations with Steemit Incorporated. We have Tim Fisenko, who is a front-end developer.
Roadscape?
He's Roadscape on the forums, that's right. Yep. And then Valentin, who call's been dropped. I guess Valentin's in his car. So maybe.
Well, probably it's all connected last internet. Lost internet? No.
Just a moment. Next time we're gonna have better internet.
I'm just wondering if the Telenor network could be better.
Maybe it would, maybe. We try it. I'm usually using it.
Yeah. The stream is working well, so
Yeah.
it's on the Telenor network.
Let them connect.
Okay, I guess we've got everybody back in. I see Tim's head moving, so he's there. Great. So why don't we start by talking about?
You're still doing the introductions.
Oh, I didn't finish. So Valentin is a front-end developer for Steemit, and then there's Jeffrey Paul, aka Sneak, one of the top security experts in the Bitcoin space, who's working with us now as a sort of chief engineering product kind of person. And so we're hoping that we can, have a good technical discussion and just talk about the different ways people can use Steem as a repository of information and a tool for creating social value. One of my favorite projects that's going right now is the Trezor integration that SBK and Fabian and Cass are working on. So maybe you guys could tell us a little bit about that project and how it integrates with the blockchain.
I will. Yeah, well, basically, the firmware is done. The Trezor now speaks Steem, basically. The only operation it currently supports is simple transfers of money, because that's our current focus, so that we can secure private keys on the Trezor, so people can be even more secure. As we have, well, we already have like saving account and stuff like that, which delivers some kind of security. But having the private keys on a device where you cannot get them out, that's basically one even better, if you can sign stuff on that Trezor. The basic stuff on the Trezor is done. It shouldn't take too much time to extend the firmware to also support any other kind of operation on the network. We can talk to it via Python, we can talk to it via Node.js. We can currently not yet talk to it via the browser, because that's like, oh my god.
Turns out using JavaScript is actually way more complicated than doing the firmware and using Python.
The problem is your browser cannot speak to the USB port, and in order to allow that, you either have to have an extension in the browser installed, or you need to have like a daemon running in the back end. Mm-hmm. The problem in our case is that there's some kind of a configuration that's signed by Satoshi Labs, and we can either build our own backend, our own extension, so that we can use our own customization of the Trezor.
And is this a WebSocket topic as well?
No. Okay. Well, we are going to need WebSocket in order for the web front end to kind of identify which accounts are on Trezor and what the money is in that account. But the connection currently is more like everything going over the USB cable. That's the kind of issues we're currently having. It's totally unrelated to internet stuff. Everything is offline currently.
Okay. Well, issues aside, it's going to turn out to be a great.
At least it's a big learning experience. Like, you're looking into C stuff, compiling stuff into protobuf, like the protocol that's being talked on the USB cable, and well, there are quite a lot of technologies involved into the Trezor firmware, into the backend, into the front end. This is really, they did a great job at Satoshi Labs, and I'm pretty impressed. But yeah, well, we are not there yet. Not yet.
And tomorrow. I've seen the designs for Steem Trezor too, so looking forward to the full product getting launched. These guys are doing a great job. Over here we have Farouz, and Farouz has developed eSteem. It was the first mobile application that you could download from the iOS App Store for Steem. So tell us about that and how that development is going.
Well, it's going great.
We have around 2,000 users actually in both Android and iOS users. So, and yeah, it has been great. Feedback from users, they give in feature requests and what they want to see in app. And yeah, it's improving a lot. And in the coming weeks, I will also publish desktop version of the app, so it will be also one alternative to access the Steem blockchain. So.
Are you working on it by yourself, or do you have more people?
Yeah, I'm currently working by myself.
Oh, by yourself.
But your library is great help. I mean, I started off with them and modified it. Yeah, they helped a lot. And,
what is it written in? What language?
It's in JavaScript and Node.js. JavaScript and AngularJS.
Great. So that's a testament to being able to use community tools that have already been built. And so it was able to leverage a library that Sigve had developed to speed up time to market, and that's the sort of thing we love to see. That's collaboration at its finest. Now the rest of the app has been kind of developed from scratch. The transaction signing. What was pulled from the library? Transaction signing.
Yeah. The local transaction signing, so user doesn't have to send their private key to the server, so they can sign transaction locally and broadcast to the WebSocket.
Mm-hmm. Transaction signing, I believe, would be considered one of the more difficult, aspects of an application, Steem application to build. So that's something that anyone who's looking to build a Steem app should at least consult some pre-made.
Actually, I wrote a post on Steemit specifically on how that actually works. You just need to look for signing in a nutshell or something like that, and you will find that post how it works with some examples and stuff like that. It's a very broken down thing that I wrote specifically for the Trezor guys, so that we can figure out a way together how to bring this to the Trezor.
There's my library, which he's used, but there's also a library made by this guy Fabian, who's behind Busy, working with Gito. And he's made a more condensed, simplified, easier to use library that I think is probably better to use than mine. Mine is more bare bones. It's not really user friendly. So
Well, I get a lot
I'm glad
of help.
you managed to figure it out.
Yeah,
anyways,
I get a lot of help from you and from Lerex as well. I asked a few questions.
I know of someone in the US, I think somewhere in Texas, they are actually already done with doing the transaction signing stuff in Java, like not JavaScript, but Java. And I think they are working on some mobile app for native Android and Swift, like native iOS as well, including this transaction signing stuff and all that. But I don't know when they're going to release something. But there is a JavaScript, a Java library that can do transaction signing already. I hope they're going to do it open source.
This is the Steemy guys.
The Steemy guys, yeah.
Yeah. They wrote that from scratch. Very, very impressive that they did that. Great. So then the busy transaction signing can be found in the busy repo, which is just BUSY on GitHub, right?
Yes.
Terrific. So on the end here we have Furion, and he's developing SteemQ. Could you tell us a little bit about SteemQ and how it's going to operate?
So SteemQ is a distributed and decentralized video platform, and currently it's built on top of Steem's blockchain. So each video is actually a Steem post, and a really nice thing that developers of Steem did is they added a custom field called custom JSON, in which you can create your own JSON-like structure, and you can put in any data you'd like. So what we did is we simply utilized the posts as carriers for videos, and the hash and all the metadata for the video goes in there. So what this also allows us to do is to plug into the reward system and have all the functionalities of Steemit out of the box. So what we can do is we can create a separate client. It's a YouTube-like website just for videos, and it runs on top of Steem. And what this allows us to do is to create a prototype and go to market and see what the market response is very, very quickly without having to build a lot of technology first and get some sort of validation and see if the idea is valid and if it's worth taking it further or if it needs some kind of pivot.
Mm-hmm. Terrific, terrific. And so how do you foresee the integration with IPFS going?
Right now we're building CDN infrastructure so that everybody can run a node, and that node can be configured to either follow accounts or to be a general node. And what happens is it scans the Steem blockchain for new content, and then it pins it to that specific node. So this way we could distribute all of the content and have people either volunteer or provide their own servers for content hosting. And the Steem blockchain is the ultimate source of truth where everything is coming from.
And that's actually a nice idea because you can monetize on that. You can build a service that tells people I'm going to subscribe your channel and like mirror your videos when you pay like $15 a month or whatever. Like no idea pricing. That's a nice idea actually. Very cool.
Also, like a really good point of why this is good is because if we just host the content ourselves, then the platform is not distributed. It's not decentralized. It's just distributed. But if people have the ability to provide a node themselves, then this content is essentially uncensorable because it's on the blockchain, which is immutable. And then they provide at least one copy that's publicly available and discoverable through DHT. So essentially that content cannot be taken down by any company like on YouTube. If YouTube doesn't like your video, they just shut down your channel and the video is gone.
And you can and people can monetize the service of helping to distribute the actual content or not make money out of it, like whether they are doing it for free or not is their decision.
Yeah, and I guess we could take it one step further, like with Steem version 2.0, if there's ever like a smart contract infrastructure in place, we could have special smart contracts where people can pay into them and then have guaranteed posting for their videos based on that. So it's all the transactions happen in the ecosystem itself. Just one of the ideas. There are multiple ways of how content hosting could be paid for.
Great. Great. Let's continue down the line with some of our developers here. So, Tim, we can see you there. Maybe you want to go.
Yes.
What are you up to these days? What are you grinding away on?
Well, so I'm Tim. I'm one of the front-end developers for Steemit.com. Right now, my main project is to replace the WYSIWYG editor with something more usable. That's one of the main complaints of people that we've introduced to the platform is that it's, it's hard to post, it's hard to format, especially for good writers that just want to focus on writing. They don't necessarily want to learn another styling language. But this will also help us be fairly future-proof with any other features we might want to add. This editor could support, for example, collaborative editing. But it's got an internal document model which will help us generate very clean markup and be compatible with all of the existing markup in the database. So that's kind of the project I'm currently working on.
Cool. I think no matter how technical all of us are, I think we're all looking forward to that editor and drag and drop
I think
images, maybe.
I think that the Pirate Party wrote one of these collaboration front ends, and they used it for their own kind of collaborating within the communities. Something called PAD or something. And Pirate Party is using that quite a lot.
Pirate Pad.
What's it called?
Pirate Pad.
Pirate Pad. I think the one they have deployed is called Pirate Pad. The software itself is called something else Pad.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite cool.
Does this new editor support saving drafts?
What was that? Saving drafts?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but
because I tried to use Charlie's editor, Charlie Schren's editor, and my first time using it, I was like, this is pretty nice. And then I accidentally hit the back button, and everything was gone.
Well, the browser caches the,
so on
the text,
Steemit,
doesn't it?
On Steemit, that doesn't happen. Like
Right.
you go back again, and then you still have it. But it'd be nice to have between sessions.
So I wanted to interject one thing there. This is Jeffrey Paul. We've been we feel your pain. There's about a dozen little minor pain points in using the site every day, and we feel them. We're all heavy users of the site ourselves, and we've for the first time really got a really good handle on what we want to do, and for the first time I think the order in which we want to do it. It's our hope that I can't commit to when we're going to do this, but we're going to get out to the community sometime relatively soon a roadmap of what's going to happen and when that's going to happen. Because we feel all these little sharp edges ourselves, every hour of every day, just as you guys do. So I want to just kind of throw that out there that we are actively chopping down these trees, and B, we're gonna communicate better in the future about how and when these specific sorts of issues are going to get addressed. We're just kind of getting a handle on where we're going and the direction of the platform and the product itself. Because obviously, the editor doesn't even have draft saving. We're very early on in a long road, so that's something that we're going to become a lot more transparent on in the near term.
Yeah. So I'll just jump in there too. I think Jeff has come on in the last month and a half, and he's been really critical for us in figuring out how we're going to scale. He's got tremendous startup experience and internal communications and external communications experience. So we're leveraging a lot of the experience he's bringing to us to be able to better communicate and engage with the tremendous wealth of talent that exists in the Steem community. So I think everything Jeff just said is totally on point. Jeff, I did share the pieces of the Trello board this morning, so some tastes of the roadmap are out there now. And yeah, we'll definitely be publishing that more and looking for ways to make sure everybody can contribute. Today, the GitHub is one place where a lot of community members go to contribute to both Steem and Steemit.com. So certainly, developers know they can find that, but both aspects of the Steemit stack are open source. And we can talk more about that. But actually, I want to jump in with Val, our senior front-end dev and blockchain expert. There he is. Hey, Val.
Hey, guys.
So,
all right.
So, Val,
I'm calling from my mobile phone, and I probably have 10 minutes of charge. I'm going to disconnect pretty soon. I'll give you some updates. What we're I got just warning. It's 10% of battery. All right. So this week we changed how we register users. Now we use phone verification to identify unique users. I think it's a more robust way to do this than Facebook or Reddit that we used before. We're still polishing this, and so it seems to be working. and doing right job. Next thing I'm going to work is notifications. So we are going to notify users when they get somebody replied or you got upvoted. All these notifications will be shown to users, and later we are going to send emails or even SMS messages to our users. So this is basically our short-term plans.
And it's also going to notify on transfers, so it ties into the wallet and helps people keep up to date.
Awesome. Great. Thank you, Val. So Jeffrey, do you want to give us any additional background on what you're up to? I know you're traveling in Chicago.
Sure. So one of the things that we recognize that developers in the ecosystem lean heavily on our WebSocket endpoint, and we want to make sure that no matter what else happens, that we will have a reliable. Like, we don't want people to have to run. Of course, we encourage and support anyone who wants to run their own node. We want to make running a node as easy as possible. So we've done some Dockerized container builds for that, which we are ourselves using. But then on top of that, we want to make sure that there's an API available to third-party developers, whether it's our current WebSocket one or an easier one to access that is scalable, performant, and high availability, so that if you do just want to get up and start hacking and build an app, and you don't want to, you can just point it at our node. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing now, is just accessing our WebSocket endpoint. But we hope very soon to have another JSON RPC one available, so that you can just use normal client libraries, as well as a WebSocket one that is explicitly encouraged for third-party app developers to use. Just a heads up, our WebSocket endpoint for apps will be changing sometime in the next few months. It will maintain the old one. We're not just going to flip the switch, but eventually the old one will go away. So there will be very loud and frequent messaging about that. But it's definitely one of our design goals to make sure that we can support anyone who's building applications who doesn't necessarily want to run infrastructure. So if you're building a mobile app, if you're building a desktop app, if you're building something standalone and you don't want to have to run server infrastructure to support that, we got you. We will have a WebSocket endpoint in the short term. We will have a JSON RPC. I can't say anything about a REST endpoint. We basically what we want to do is to make it as easy as possible for someone to get up and hacking, and then also to ship products to their users. And we are going to put a lot of time and effort into that, into supporting users to do that. Also on our tech and infrastructure roadmap is that we will have a Tor hidden service at which you can access our web UI. So these sorts of things, that one is less relevant to developers, but also just to users and privacy people. That's an interesting one. And any sort of feedback that you have for us that can make your life easier as a developer, please feel free to send it. I can't commit that we're going to be all things to all people, but we can absolutely try.
There's a project from Chester who's running a kind of a cluster from people running nodes, public nodes, for instance the Piston Rocks node, and that address for those nodes is node.steam.ws, and it might be a good idea to actually kind of collude on with Chester, because it's kind of the same goal. Maybe even run the Steemit endpoints as part of that cluster. I don't know whether that makes a lot of sense for you, but there's already some efforts in creating I wouldn't call it decentralized endpoint, but it's rather a distributed network of people that are running full nodes.
So thank you for that information. That's useful. If you can make sure you email that to me as well. But one of the things that we want to do, community stuff is great, but and the community's been really, really good at tracking our releases, but we want to make sure that like we're actually putting time and money into high availability stuff. Like we want to have one that is bulletproof, that's all we can assure is secure, is running the latest version. We absolutely support community efforts to make that completely redundant, but we are going to make ours as strong as humanly possible as well. And we would be happy to participate in something like that. I've talked to Jester recently, and I will talk to him again very soon about that, because that sounds like a great effort, and that we would love to participate in it.
Can I just add a feature request to that? Actually, 2 features. So suppose this official node is called official steemitnode.com. Could you make it so that when a client connects, it takes their it detects their geolocation and connects them to a subnode that's closest to them?
That's what Jester is already doing in this one. Yeah.
Yeah, to
geolocation
DNS latency. And the second request is to make an additional node, a special node called testing.officialsteemitnode.com, which runs the latest build of Steem, the releases that aren't official yet. Yeah, so what's in development. So people can test new features very easily without having to actually compile and run their own node.
So one of the things I haven't shared yet about our internal operations, which I'm happy to share now, is that we, as an organization, are planning to reduce the amount of time between when code is written and when code is shipped and live in our production systems as much as we can. I don't think we're going to be able to go completely continuous. We're not going to ship it automatically, but we're hoping to be able to do deployments multiple times per day with latest code from develop, so that one, we're not sitting on code that's been written and tested that is not live and out there and shipped. And the Docker repositories that we ship, or the Docker images that we ship right now, there are tags in the Docker on Docker Hub that track develop. Latest will pull. Actually, I'm sorry, latest is mastered, but if you can track the tag develop, and it will pull develop, and so we have those builds up on Docker Hub, as well as for all the branches. So if there's a working branch that you want to track for your witness, your application, that works as well. And so it is our hope to give people as many options as possible in as easy a way possible to run whatever kind of node they need to. It was sort of my first task, was to look into the high availability and security of our node infrastructure. And so it's really, really important to me, as well as I'm sure the witnesses and web nodes and stuff like that Steemd is easy to run, and to run reliably and to run safely, and to upgrade easily and reliably and safely. So those have been really, really big priorities for us.
Great. This is really exciting. One other question I had, Fabian, you mentioned Piston.rocks and the node there. A lot of people are using Piston to build their own apps based on that node, I suppose.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I had the very same reason for running my own node, because back in the days when I wrote Piston, I kind of set the Steemit node as the reference node to use for people, but in the end, the Steemit infrastructure wasn't deployed so that it can handle that amount of nodes. You changed your address from time to time, so Piston didn't really work in that time. So I just decided to deploy my own machine that I can control, that I know is running and what is running. And it's still up and running, producing. It's currently a single machine, producing 3 terabytes of traffic a month. Probably the biggest thing I ever ran.
Quite a nice RAM usage.
Yeah, the RAM usage is a little ridiculous currently, but that's basically the Steemd node just takes a lot of RAM. It's still okay. I used to run 2 independent nodes on the same machine, which I cannot do anymore because of the RAM usage. Yeah, depending on the way to monetize future developments, I might decide to run a second machine for that API to have it a little redundant, especially when I'm upgrading to latest code. Currently, if I upgrade new code, the piston node goes down, and together with the node, probably 80% of all the bots.
So most of the bots are running.
I'd say all of the Python bots are going through Piston. I'd say.
So one of the things that is our design goal in our production redeployment that we're currently in the process of is everything is high availability. Everything runs on a minimum of 2 nodes. Yeah. We're targeting AWS, so we have multi-availability zone load balancers. We have multi-availability zone nodes. We do rolling updates, all this kind of stuff. So in the very short term when we launch this, we will be completely insulated from any individual machine failure. Obviously, we still have the whole class of software bugs, but as far as the sysadmin side of things, individual machines, rebooting, updates, that kind of stuff, should see in normal day-to-day operation 0 downtime. That's what we want to sort of sponsor and deliver to devs. So we will be able to bolster that effort behind like the Piston Rocks one and Justice and everyone else's. Like we want to provide one that on its own would be enough, and we will also participate in any sort of cluster round robin setup or geo distribution. We want to make it as easy as possible for everyone to reliably access the network with as little effort as possible.
Yeah, the Python library is by now already capable of having a internal round robin database for nodes to use. If one goes down, it just hops to the next one, and it can be used as a failover system. And I'd be happy to talk about maybe even integrating the official Steemit node once it's reliable and to be used for such cases.
Yeah, we will be operating, I think, three individual public seed nodes that will have DNS records that are published that are widely known, and then our internal infrastructure at the WebSocket and hopefully, I can't guarantee this, but hopefully future JSON RPC endpoint will be behind load balancers with a pool of probably a minimum of 3 at all times that we'll do rolling upgrades on, so it'll be fully highly available.
Cool.
Very cool. Hey, should we take some questions from the audience, or if there's any questions on the thread that's running the live stream, we could take those.
Well, I have a couple.
All right.
I'm just wondering, I was looking at transaction signing, and I noticed that the ECDSA, it doesn't accept all hashes. Like, what is the deal with canonical? What the hell is a canonical thing?
That's a very good question, and we ran into the very same. But I ran into the same problem a few months ago, and we had the same issue with the Trezor back when we were in Prague 2 weeks ago.
I've seen implementations where it just runs a loop.
The point is the definition of being canonical in Graphene is that the 2 parameters of the signature, the R and the S parameter, all have the length of 23 bytes. 32 bytes. That's a rather, it's a very strict or restrictive definition of being canonical. For instance, the definition of being canonical in Bitcoin is not that strict. It kind of allows any length, but still has some kind of restrictions as to what signature is actually valid. In Ethereum, the requirement from being valid is slightly different. They're asking for a recovery ID to be 1 out of 2 and not 1 out of 4 possibilities. I don't know why Graphene asks for the length of 32 for these 2 parameters. It might be related to the way that you can use the signatures to leak information about the private key without people noticing it. So basically, the signature has a fixed length, and if you fill if the two parts of the signature are the maximum length they are allowed to have, then you cannot leak any information about the private key in the signature. That's probably the motivation of using it that way. Technically, in Bitcoin, you could write a hardware wallet like the Trezor that leaks information about the private key just in the way the signatures are provided, and like feeding in some information that shouldn't be there in the signatures.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
If nobody else has a question, I have another one. So, in testing against Steem nodes, both public ones and ones I've been trying to set up for myself, the latency seems quite high. Like, we're not talking milliseconds, we're talking a second or more. In my experience, when trying to send them WebSocket requests, it's not exactly.
On a local node, you're waiting for seconds?
No. Public node.
Well, actually for several kinds of nodes. I mean, for the local nodes.
So I can speak to that one. So there are a couple different sources of that latency. Obviously, first is network. Second is there are latencies in setting up a new WebSocket. And then there's, of course, just the request latency of processing the individual specific request. And we have different approaches for each of those. So first, we've only really just started tracking the public latencies for our front end. So it's been a very recent development that we're kind of keeping an eye on that and tracking that. And we do have a plan in place for making sure that we're hitting sort of internal SLAs, because I use the site every day and I want it to be fast because it annoys the shit out of me when it's slow. So it's definitely it's an itch that we want to scratch, and tracking that information is the first step. And we have a number of plans in place for optimizing all of that. I don't want to speak technically to them because I don't know which ones are going to work and which ones aren't. It's still very much a work in progress. But also on the back end, just for the specific request latency issue, Dan and Mike Vandenberg have been very diligently recently on a new, and this has been posted. This is in a branch. It's in kind of final bug fixes and QA. A new architecture for the storage part of Graphene.
Right.
That basically abstracts out the way that the information is stored. It's called the branch is called SharedDB, and when this ships, this will allow us to do multi-process reading of the same working data set, which should allow us then to further speed up or further reduce per request latencies, whether it's WebSocket or JSON RPC or however we want to do that. I'm a performance nut, and we are tracking and graphing and monitoring. Right now, it's just general latencies. We're going to be doing it on a per call basis for the public Steemit.com.
Right.
And there are a couple other things in there. Like I want, at the very least, I want visibility into why, if we are slow, why, and on what calls. And then that's the speed of the site and the speed of the public API endpoint that we provide is extremely important to us. And we will, of course, share all of that knowledge and those insights with the community, because we want, not only do we want our official endpoints to be fast, we want your endpoints to be fast as well. So any of that it applies to the Docker file and the Docker builds that we have will be applied in there. And then any other tips and optimizations we will, of course, share, like best practices and known good configs. We will get to all you guys. As Ned mentioned, I'm relatively new, so I've only just started some of these efforts. And the first thing that we have to do is obviously kind of know where we're at and know where we want to be. So that's just started, and I will have updates for you guys in the next week or two about performance, because the site speed is one of our highest priorities.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. Yeah, because I think I'm guessing that there are some very substantial queries being done against a large database in the background. And maybe there is, as you say.
That's not the problem. That's not the problem. The database is in memory, in RAM. That's why the daemon takes like 15 gigabytes of RAM.
Right.
That's not the problem. I think what he mentioned with the concurrent access to the database is that the node currently, what I remember is like it allows like 100 operations that can occur at the same time, and that's about it. So a single node cannot currently deal with a lot of requests at the same time.
I think maybe the main issue I have with my node is basically I have to pump more RAM into it. Because I think it was swapping to that, I think.
Yeah, if you're doing swapping, then that explains why you're waiting seconds for your request.
So the scalability of both our nodes and everyone's nodes is very important to me. And there are a number of ways. I think there are a lot of quick wins here because it hasn't really been very necessary as late to provide really high scalability. But I sort of have a two-part approach. One, I want us to be able to scale, and two, I want us to have to be forced to scale with user growth. So we are tracking all that kind of stuff. We're tracking the growth and use of the site very closely as well, and we want to be able to tell people who run nodes, like, if you want to support X number of users, you're going to need Y amount of RAM, Z amount of CPU, and perhaps A amount of bandwidth, right? Like, we want to publish that information and get that out into people's hands and say, here's how you scale this, and if you scale to any sort of level, this is approximately the resources you're going to need and the latencies and performance you're going to see.
Have you guys considered setting up a new message on the peer-to-peer network of Steem to announce public and open API nodes, and maybe even their availability and available bandwidth and stuff like that?
We have not considered that as yet. It's a potential one. It's a good idea. There's a lot of things that we can do with the peer-to-peer network. There's a lot of things we can do with backend. There's a lot of things we can do with front end. Our roadmap right now, or our potential items on our roadmap right now, is really, really huge. And there are a lot of. All I can really say to that is that there are a ton of really exciting things. I think I don't need to tell you guys. A room full of early adopters about all the crazy, amazing potential that is in place once you have this peer-to-peer network and this blockchain, and arbitrary JSON data, and just there's so many cool things that we can do that small, easy, quick, big wins, and we are tracking basically every suggestion gets tracked and none go unheard. We obviously can't promise we'll do everything, but please feel free to send in email in your suggestions and stuff like that. Get it to us. We have a big board, and we are open to great ideas from anyone, of course.
Are you guys actually located in New York or in Blacksburg?
Yeah, I was in New York for a while, but it's tough to get Larimer to consider other options.
Okay.
But one of our big goals is we want to be headquartered right next to Linux and Bitcoin on the internet.
Yes.
I think it's just the fact that I'm talking to you right now from half a planet away. Our team is small and is going to get big, and our platform is small and is going to get big, and our user base is small and is going to get big, and none of that is going to be constrained by any specific geographic location.
Right.
We want the best ideas from all over the world. We want the best people from all over the world. We want the best users from all over the world. We have recently merged in a branch for just basic internationalization of the GUI on the site. We want everybody to be able to use the site in their own language. We are going to do some better public communications around that relatively soon. I think there's some minor refactorings we want to do in the code before we really make like a huge noise about that. But basically, we want the barrier to entry to anyone to use this and use this in whatever language they prefer, whether they're speaking to a community of their own language speakers, whether they're reading English posts. We want to provide a very easy gateway to the world, whether it's working with Steemit the company, or working with Steem the platform, or working with Steemit.com the website. We are very much an internet entity and an internet organization with all of that comes along. Like, nobody wants to build another YouTube that is walled off from both a social standpoint as well as a technical one. Like, we don't want to worry about national border We want to, take the best that the earth has to offer.
Amen.
Amen. I have a question from the audience, if I may ask. Kai are asking how much longer to Graphene 2, and also before you answer, want to ask me to tell you then that last.
Oh, that's terrific. I love him too. Whoever that is. But yeah, so Graphene 2, we mentioned briefly, there's a refactoring of the storage section of Graphene, and it's actually nearly complete. Jeffrey, what was the word there? It's all been checked into GitHub?
So it's obviously I can't speak to for Dan and Mike, but it's on a branch, and the last I heard it's synchronizing the blockchain. I think there's still some major bugs, but I know they're working on that. How many and how long that's going to take, I can't speak to. But they've made tremendous progress. They're in the final stretch, and that's going to speed things up a lot. There are also some other minor features that we're going to add to make it easier. It's my hope, and again, I can't speak to their schedules, but it's my hope that we're going to have an easier method to talk to it than WebSockets, whether that's something separate that I build that provides a translation layer that we ship with Steemd, or whether we build that in after this sort of multi-process model comes along. I'm not sure how that's going to work yet, but what I want, right now, anyone who's built an app against Steem knows that it's kind of a pain in the ass to talk to Steemd. You can't use normal off-the-shelf tools. It's kind of quirky, and I want to, that's fine for us because we're all weird early adopters, but the next 5,000 devs that build things against us, I don't want them to have to learn all the same weird stuff that we learned. So I'm going to try to make it as easy as possible for them in their first 10 minutes writing against Steemd to get on board the platform and build working, neat, useful apps. Both, for example, we want to provide that really high quality endpoint, and we want to provide access to high availability versions of the latest software, and also just standard interfaces, right? WebSockets are somewhat with this connection is stateful, and you have to log into these APIs and stuff like that. I want to, we will of course maintain and support that for a long time, but I also want to build things alongside that make it easier for people from on-ramp.
Great, awesome stuff. Get the next question here.
Sure. So I find that when I introduce Steem to people that are not familiar with Bitcoin and crypto economy, it's a lot easier to sell than pretty much any other cryptocurrency project.
Yeah.
You can talk about anonymity and distance from the financial centralization and all of that, but the very easy publishing and get paid for your content, that seems to really hit with pretty much anyone.
Mm-hmm. There are certain concepts that I think are kind of intuitive for people across the world. I think we can all think back to when we first heard about Facebook and the social network on the internet. It just seemed like a concept that made sense, for all of us. And I think there are elements of Steem and Steemit that strike that chord with people too. And my experience has been just like that as I go out and tell people about this technology and this platform and value on the internet, their eyes kind of open up and they understand, and kind of intuitively so. And what that means is it's the gateway drug into cryptocurrency.
Yeah, it really seems to be. And I'd like to follow up. Where do you see Steem in, let's say, 2 years? I'd like to hear from whatever you think.
Sure, I'd like to hear from these guys too, but we see it being big. It's like Jeffrey said, it's small today, it's big, hopefully 2 years from now, and it's bigger 2 more years from then. And we see a paradigm shift where people are recognizing that value on the internet is something that it will change the future. It will be something they can be a part of, something they can get their hands on. It's something they control. They'll start to wake up to the idea of protecting their own, financial property, and wake up to the idea that the time and the energy that they're spending on social networks, today's social networks, is really, in a lot of ways, a waste of their resources. And as people start to wake up to that globally, we'll start to experience a very, very seismic shift, I think. And this could end up happening a lot faster than we expect. You guys feel the same, or what do you guys think?
Well, I'd like to interject one little thing there as well. And obviously 2 years is kind of a long time in life, but it's not really in these sorts of worlds. I was, one of the things that I did, I was an early Bitcoiner, and I was fortunate enough to be in the Bitcoin game when CPU mining was still viable. And I don't know how many of you remember back then, but the
JavaScript miner.
One of the
It's just long enough ago to forget your password. Sorry.
What's that?
It's just long time enough ago to forget your password for your wallet.
So exactly. So one of the things that I ran into way back then, like Bitcoin now is a really polished, mature piece of software that has a lot of people working on it. It doesn't really have any rough edges. But way back then, you couldn't even build it on Red Hat or CentOS. Like I was building RPMs for it, and I had to do all these contortions because it was still sort of prototype, bleeding edge software that didn't work very well, honestly. And over the years since then, there've been a million little tiny improvements, a lot more user friendly. Even a command line app can be user friendly, and trust me when I say this, command line app can be user unfriendly, as anyone who's tried to mine or witness with Steem has probably learned. So it's really like one of the things. Technically, I can say that in regardless of what sort of growth we see in the community and users, which I'm sure is going to be huge, technically the things that we can say is that we're sort of leveling out the engineering processes right now. Like very recently, we've implemented automated testing. Nothing gets merged to develop or to master without passing our test suite. We are implementing additional tests on the front end and on the back end as well. We are, our systems before were, I don't want to say cobbled together. They were good. They were redundant, but they required a lot of human intervention. And what we're moving to is a model that is completely automatic for scaling as well as availability. And it's a lot of little things like this, I think, compounding over the months, the weeks and months and years. That is really hard to get us to it. We're really lucky is because we're not paving this trail for the first time. Like we watch Bitcoin make mistakes and all that, and we learn a lot faster this time. So it's great in that we have a light showing the way, at least in the terms of processes and QA and testing and reliability and reproducibility.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, that was
trying to use the best.
That was a real crescendo.
We
can try and give Jeffrey a chance to hit the final note. Jeffrey, you there?
Hi there. Did I lose you?
Yeah, we dropped out for a second. You were just hitting the high note on the crescendo there.
One problem with the laptop is it's terrible Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I think the message is so on point. The idea that this isn't the first iteration of cryptocurrency technology. It's not the first iteration of social networking on the internet, and that bodes well for us. There's a lot of lessons to learn or to recognize from other projects that we can use to move quickly, move fast, move accurately, make fewer mistakes, and really make it happen.
Yeah, ultimately it's our job to support, like we no matter how big our team gets, it's our job to support our communities and to support our ecosystem. Because no matter, even if we build more than any team has ever built, you guys collectively are going to build 10 times what we do. So we recognize that it's our users and our developers that are in the driver's seat, and we're going to try to be as transparent as possible. We want to be a pane of glass that gets out of your way and lets you build your business and build your app as quickly and easily and reliably as possible. That's our focus and that's our goal, because if we do that, there's unbounded growth on this thing. Because I think, talking to people in this room, it's very obvious. We all know the value in this platform, and it's really easy for people to grasp the value in this platform, especially now that cryptocurrency doesn't make people's eyes glaze over. They actually understand some people understand what it is. So that's our hope in the coming months, to remove all the barriers to entry from users, from developers, from business people, from investors, from speculators, from staff, from friends. We want everybody's lives to be easier than they are today.
Sure.
Just a quick question. Why this is you're probably going to laugh, but why is it impossible to cleanly exit the Steem deal with Control C? It never does it properly.
It used to do that actually, and I think the problem is that it has to write everything that's in RAM to the disk somewhere at least. And it used to exit cleanly, but I don't know what they did.
Something is
it might be going back to your RAM problem. If you're already paging, then you're already struggling, and it's
maybe, but it just sits there without using CPU. So I'm wondering what the hell is it doing? I think it's not this thing.
I'm sorry I can't give you an answer because I don't know if it's your Wi-Fi or mine, but it cut out when you were asking a question. But from the responses, I think you're asking about the unclean shutdown of SteemD.
Yeah.
We have an open ticket on that. I think Ben and Dan are looking into it, but it's not obviously like.
It's driving me nuts.
It's on our radar. I'm not exactly sure what the timeline is on that.
Actually,
but
some of the shared DB work might make that a non-issue. So they had it Thursday night. Their new node was running and completely in sync with the network, and I know that. The cool thing is that starting up the node and shutting it down takes now a few seconds. So you don't have to wait a few minutes for it to read everything. It slowly pages in what it needs. But yeah, he was able to start the node and it started receiving transactions from the network within seconds.
That's great. Awesome. That's great. Good stuff. All right, should we take one more question and then wrap it up?
Well, when it comes to social media, it seems like Facebook is the real deal, as most people use and seem to like, user friendly and all of that. Is that something like you will seek over time to kind of get more of that messaging and personal connection, like sharing, like pictures from your life and not just articles or that sort of thing? I mean, is that something you've thought about?
Oh yeah, we talk about that all the time. There's some fundamental aspects of that yes, of course, we want to see more of on Steem. And as I was saying in an earlier panel, there's lots of that personal connection, lots of that love, and a lot of that really healthy discussion that we see on platforms like Facebook and also like Reddit that we want to pull in. There are some fundamental differences between a social network based on Steem and a social network like Facebook, which is based on a private database where connections are much more easily managed as private. And with one of our goals being replicability and redundancy across Steem-based applications, we're faced with a challenge in terms of operating exactly like Facebook, because if we're going to keep connections private on Steemit.com, then there's really not information that can be replicated on other Steem-based websites. So that means there's a centralized database in there somewhere. So I see us taking the best of Facebook and the profiles and the photos that people engage with and things like that, but also really focusing on becoming a discussion platform and talking about all the most riveting and exciting things going on in the world today, and really driving a site that is engaging users in not just with great content, but with a great reactive experience that's very emotional and very and just really fun for users. And we see that across apps like Reddit and Foursquare, and there's tons of great examples out there that we can borrow from.
Well, I want to offer a little counterpoint to that, just for everyone to kind of keep in their mind. When you post on Facebook, you're usually posting to about 100 people on average, I think. Mm-hmm. When you post on Steam, you're posting to 7 billion forever.
Yes, and it's there for yes. What goes on the blockchain stays on the blockchain. So that's almost a disclaimer that we need to make sure people know about.
It's not like you can log into your old LiveJournal that you had when you were 17 and delete all those embarrassing posts. You know what I mean? So the thing that we want to make sure of while we do, it's really we want Steemit, the social network, to be the most engaging, compelling, addictive, fun, friendly the site that everyone uses on a daily basis, just like like a couple of others that we could all name. But the flip side, the double-edged sword of that is that there comes with a marked loss of privacy compared to most social networks, and the reason that we don't just walk down the path that Facebook did is because you can control your data on Facebook. Because of the centralization, you can control your data a lot better, and that's something that we need to consider and also educate our users on in every single product decision we make, because you are literally talking at a press conference at the White House to the entire world when you make every single comment, every single vote, every single post, every single profile edit. It's you're talking to the entire planet. So that informs our product decisions as well in a very big way, because we want to make sure that people stay safe and people share what they want to share, and people are aware of what is public and what is private.
One more question here in the end.
I have a little bit of a futuristic question. What are the ways of thinking or some strategies that you would use to increase the degrees of freedom for what can be built on top of the chain? Because right now it's a little bit rigid, and there are only certain things that you can do. So I'm wondering, do you guys have any plans for adding more general purpose operation types to be able to do different things, or maybe integrate with side chains, or implement smart contracts, or do something to increase the general usability of the chain for different types of applications?
There are the custom operations you can do as JSON and as a special custom operation for binary payload. And those, as far as I know, at least the binary version of that custom operation has been specifically built for the purpose of allowing sidechains eventually. I'm not sure what the progress on that is.
Right. Yeah. So it's not really, in terms of progress, it's not really something that's ready tomorrow or in a week or anything like that, and it's not something that we're going to be accelerating to the top of Steemit Inc.'s roadmap. But the Steem blockchain is open source, and it's there, and it's available for anyone to, write code and make pull requests to. So this is something that can and will be done in time, and I think that it demands contributors from the Steemit team, it demands contributors from the community, and demands that people create specs for what they really are looking for, and that'll help drive that development.
I think what we know from experience that graphene chains like BitShares and Steem they're quite easy to use for adding new transaction types, right? You just need a hard fork, and they're very easy to hard fork and adjust. But it's very easy to add new transaction types. So several have been added to BitShares already, and several have been added to Steem, like the escrow transactions.
Right. So we should if there are ideas for that, we should get the specs out there soon. Get them out soon.
And also
there's a competing.
Our roadmaps are split between obviously blockchain level stuff that we're going to need to implement, and also front end application level stuff that we're going to implement. Our goal is to provide the best user experience for users and for devs. That obviously is going to require changes to the front end, to the blockchain, to the consensus code. The full list of what those are and when obviously is in the future, so no one has any idea for real. But we do have a list, and we do move it around, and we are going to increase the quality and frequency of our communication about that to everyone. So the short answer of that is, ask me again in 2 or 3 months.
Wonderful. All right, thanks everybody for joining us in this technical Steem session. Shout out to all the devs out there working on Steem all over the world. Roland, Fabian in Thailand, and the whole busy team, and who am I missing? There's just tons of guys. So thanks everyone. Thanks everyone who's here. Let's see each other on Steem. All right, thanks.
So I have noticed that we are following Esra, the guy
Steem and blockchain, making it really great.
has one of the marketing action plan together. You like all
Nice.
No, Esra is the name. It's a good friend of mine. Over
That's
10 years.
the timely
The marketing business over country.
Nice.
And I was way I know you were interested in the concept. I don't know. I have to show that. Basically trading this
I mean, if the banks knew what was going on here, we were tired of skill level in this room and on this Skype. I mean, it will replace like 100 of their tech guys. They have no idea what they're missing. It's kind of like I'm almost like happy that they're confused their sort of psychology. You just do your job. Yeah, I mean, you're just doing your job because you can't do more, and then it's also like a feeling of freedom. You just get your paycheck, you go on holidays, and then you go back to work, and it's like that's what you got that same that's not your drive. That's not what you're driving. No, I've been there. I'm much more happy as a person as it is now. I'm more stressed, more worries, money, everything in the world. But also social survival thing. Self-actualize. Self-actualize. To reach the top of the
It's interesting. We call it self-actualization. Self-realization.
It's the same thing. Because obviously, if you're the best version of yourself, you're going to contribute back to society. That's just the default get. Unless you're a real evil person.
Yeah, people know.
Right.
They're verbal actions.
So it's very political. You are in everyone else here in this space that need to be the best way ourselves. We're really paying actually, you guys are going to lead the way. You're giving the law. And they need to open up. I feel that
yeah, you can go and contribute to society. Facebook should but it's growing really quickly. You know, the monetary theory, that's going to be the new world.
You know, the monetary theory, there's M0 to 3.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yeah, right. So you're creating that, you're part of this new end. And, but in that, I mean, in this, you're part, actually, you kind of fall into, you've touched on several frameworks, Darwinian boxes. What you mean is you are putting you're part of the being back in the hands of through diffusion of technology. Just like Referral, 3D printing, right? Because you're putting the ability, you're putting value distribution right in your hands. And that's
everyone is
couple that DIY there, then you have
this, you have artificial intelligence, you have virtual reality, you have 3D printing, you get all this stuff together.
You should have people running around all these different things. And then I'm coming back and bringing it back to you guys, new business models and ideas that are very tangible in the short time. You guys can jump on that. I'm going to go to the automation server. There's a blockchain solution on that. But they're probably not doing it.
No, I mean, the thing is that there are like a billion business models. Like a billion different things you can do.
Yeah, and that's why prioritizing how much money you
I have one new idea every day. I don't have time for it. What we need is to just, I feel that what we need to do is just to identify the and just build this huge community. So you don't just do the work, but you build the agents that do the work. I guess that's our approach. That's why we started here. That's why we want to growing fast. We want to have a huge office where we can bring in other companies. Just use our knowledge to get people going. There's so many tech people in Norway. We're seeing doing tasks. Just coding some kind of small quantity, some big, huge piece.
We apply the SIVA.
No, I don't know what they is.
SIVA, they're the qualifiers.
Is that a Norwegian?
Yes.
SIVA.
Yeah, it's cloud staff. I think so. Cloud staff. Glad this. He has a checklist talking about. He makes innovation. Told that you want to go to SIVA for that reason. Then you guys can integrate. Then you can have built that platform. But you also got to start building. I'd like to talk about banking idea. I'd like to take this another step further because there are they're so safe. They don't provide any people short. That allows us. There are
we really need to develop this. Yeah, I mean, if you pursue like jumping on the idea, yeah, I mean, I'm sure you. No, I'm not pushing because my head is. No. I definitely have
months to get Steem.
Yeah,
and to do this and this stuff.
Yeah, so just I don't want to give you the information. As soon as this thing is over, heading right to the and just discussing this thing. So the thing is that now we have like people from Germany, France, Uzbekistan, we have people from US. And we need to like just make sure that we get the most value out of this and they leave.
A little bit closer to try to narrow things down. But to find out we can't do it this way, and figure out that we can't.
I guess if there's something about this project, I guess if there is something that is urgent about this project, it would be to look around us and see who here that are leaving on Tuesday or Monday. These people, should we bring into this?
That's something you would know better than
because as the way I see it, the technical solution is kind of like, I remember that's my initial thought.
I would try to see in someone who's here that we think that we could contribute to the market. Launch it, build something new. I know the people that are here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting to know them. So there's certainly some people here who are a little bit more business-minded. I mean, we have all these guys. It's not we talk to people all the time. So even if we can't get someone into the project right now, it's still maybe it's
be able to build these bridges and then build that bridge and remind it build those bridges and then I mean this it has many layers. The layer of okay, then also this is an ecosystem, and you can use Norway as the we gotta get like that. Involved in we want to this is a good that's
definitely that's what we want to make. You want to make it fair. The main office
what if you frame it like the living lab? Stanford engineering guy, this innovation way. I know somebody these innovation people, because maybe they want to create I don't.
Clusters, that's like a collective businesses.
Like the NCEs, the Norwegian this is actually
I think that's what they also discovered. From what I heard,
this is such a similar compared to what you need
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at this Steemit presentation. I'm looking at this I just can't grasp it. I just can't put my brain around it because now I know blockchain. That's what I learned this first. And when I'm looking at this, I'm just looking at this is just a mess.
Interesting question. Was this the last thing to film?
Today that was the last thing.
Good, because the memory card is full.
Oh, that's great.
It says the remaining 10 minutes. 32 gigabyte card is full. Normally we have a 64 card. I forgot at home.
Is that just from today? No.
That's just from today, actually. It's filming at 20 megabits per second, so it's good, high quality video.
1080, right?
Yeah, 1080. Progressive. Even more.
Et vanlig arbeidsgiver vil jo ha folk som er like smartere enn sjåfør. Det er sånn, hvis man har IQ under 10, så er man du. Det er sånn det er.
People like true love, you're like poetry.
Bare slukkende er det ser om. Man må investere i seg selv. Man må kjenne seg selv, man må være ærlig med seg selv, man må tørre å gå tørt unna med seg selv. Hva er det som passer meg? Hva er mine svake sider? Man må tørre å snu søkelyset tilbake og si hei, hvorfor gjør jeg det her? Er det noe i meg som stopper meg? Hva er det som skjer? Har jeg dårlig samtidig? Har jeg issues i barndommen? Har jeg psykologiske samfunnet? Hva skjer? Hvordan kan jeg utøve meg selv som ny miljø? Trenger jeg så hjelp? Trenger jeg faktisk familie? Og så bare ikke føle at man er så hjelpeløs. Man kan faktisk tilbake ressurser, og folk vil gjerne hjelpe. Hvis man tør å gå og snakke, så kan man ikke det. Det er man ikke. Men
A little slow.
Dansing og alt sånn kreative ting. Altså, det er mine verktøy. Folk liker at folk gjør rare ting, nye ting. Jeg har alt av en stund. Og jeg prøver masse. Han får ikke det på.
Take this a couple steps further. Because right now the Norwegian bonds are so boring. I mean, they're based on the German mortgage-backed securities, and those German mortgage-backed securities haven't failed since like 1769. Yeah, so they're really built over, right? And the problem is you're never going to short them, right? Because I mean, the money that's the U.S. housing market. You're not going to get betting against a German design from 1769 hasn't failed. But the thing is, these particular bonds have certain characteristics. Nothing more than 75% loan to value ratio, and then for so then, but this is what Milken did. This is what they did in the U.S. Right? This is how say the home fair happened, right? They took right? Let's look at. But when they start out doing this, they do this with the best intentions. They don't mean to cause people. What they did is they looked at early bonds. They looked at companies. At the time, banks really wanted to invest in the top best companies. It's very hard for other companies to actually run. But these companies were E-rated. But the rating wasn't really that bad compared to AAA. They were still not but they would pay much more interest than the charge. And they're very safe bets at the beginning. And all the other things. And you get this never was the laggers who create these products to suggest by that time, all the good companies been funded and invested in, right? They're not basically giant private stuff. So the people you can actually you'd actually you want to design a bond that has a chance
risky product.
Ja.
So we come to shorted.
Men det veldig god organisasjon, så lenge folk er liksom interessert og gidder å jobbe, så tror jeg man kan få lov til å gjøre hva man vil.
Det er også fordi det er make index and all that sort of some
Man må liksom bare finne ut hva man kan gjøre og
real
ja, det er akkurat det, ja. Det er veldig morsomt.
As a way to get a foot in when however mye podcasts.
Du plukker jo opp litt her og der.
Jeg plukker opp litt her og der. Men sånn teknisk er ekstremt.
Men du ser, jeg tror det er nok av tekniske folk.
Det er det. Jeg ser med det jeg synes er spennende, er jo som å ta dagens system, dagens packaging. And that's not where it's going to speed. We don't fall in love with that.
If it's mortgage-backed securities or whatever, we just need to find out what really it is.
Det jeg er ikke så sexy hvordan samfunnet fungerer.
Altså litt mer sånn logikk da.
Ja, det er ikke mer sånn. Det er mer sånn der jeg ser hendelser som skjer, og så bare...
Du må se hva som holder det. Hvis det skjer, så må det og det og det.
Ja, helt riktig. Og hvordan det holdet vi ikke har. Hvordan man går til det.
Really help it along the route of the investing. We can use Trump tactics to make Norway great.
Det er bare et spørsmål om tid, tror jeg, og kanskje i Norge også. Det er ganske knyttet til USA som er 29 år, egentlig.
Having a area efficient absorb on a 3 or 4 inch site, they're really faster. And when you start using the same deadline, they win. So we have to have the iterative cycle of validating new ideas and brainstorming and validating the move at a very quick pace in the process and then hopefully go.
Det som vi har blitt sånn som myndigheter som virkelig viser å utlegge alt det. Og så bare det
around the banks, around our banking partners, there's like a force field, and unless you can pierce the initial field, you can't resolve it on your so you have to find the product that immediately leads to your
And they're better.
Yeah.
Nei, fordi det som er med internett er at et individ kan være like mektig som et land hvis de er simpler. Det er som
I got a message from Referral 3 in the morning. He's working on an idea too. Then he sent me a
Hvis du ikke vet hva som skjer i verden, hvis du ikke har en kode, så er det
and I messaged him back, and he messaged me back like 3 or 4
Det er
days.
så kult med bitcoin.
Because he's completely excited too.
hvem som helst kan jo gjøre store ting. Man er ikke avhengig av støtte fra staten, eller man trenger ikke å trygle til en eller annen mektig person for å få lov til å gjøre det. Man kan bare ha en fri. Så jeg tror ikke noen kan stoppe. Det finnes ingen myndigheter eller de har liksom makt, kan ikke røre det her. Det er liksom, ja. Uansett om vi prøver å stenge internett, så er det en av de fine som går rundt. Vi har ikke makt til å kjøptering. Det er allerede kommet så langt at det kommer til å forsvinne, det kommer til å være mer med lov. Det kommer til å være
Det er jo sant. Det er den eneste måten å eksperiere litt på. Det er
ja, jeg vet ikke hvordan vi skal kunne gjøre det. En gang t-shirten er offisielt ikke, så er det
the other one, you saw my partner, he was a teacher in Norway. This is a consultancy. Marketing, web development, business development. And then there's the today, tomorrow. You were going to
I was suggesting to Michelle that we go over.
And then after I'm trying to go some set more
from the website. Sounds like the first year, that was the first round.
Yeah, and now we're at the second.
And what are you guys focusing on now?
Yeah, it's now we have different and
Ja, men det er jo det som kommer til å skje da, når bankene åpner. Da kan jo hvem som helst lage inngang til, jeg vet ikke hvordan jeg utvikler det, men altså hvem som helst kan ha datasystemet til DNB, for eksempel. Hvis jeg har lyst, så kan jeg lage en ny nettside til DNB. Og så kan jeg, hvis jeg kan lage en skikkelig ny DNB-side enn DNB, så kan jeg connecte meg til deres nettbank, og så kan jeg få masse andre brukere for å bruke min system for det. Så det som skjer når bankene åpner sitt system, det er at en av dem kan lage en nettbank til alle bankene. Og nå kan vi bli en desentralisert blokkjede. Det er nesten det som skjer, og det kommer til å bli det value. Ja, det er sånn, jeg føler at det
whenever there's a new program, the program is transferred to a company.
Det kommer til å bli et åpent system som bare... Det er ikke så svær møte-app, liksom, som man kan sende penger. Jeg kan skjønne verdi, hva slags helst som helst verdi, Gud, Bitcoin, whatever, gratis, hvor som helst i verden, liksom, på ett sekund. Det kommer ikke til å være, det kommer ikke til ingen bakekampanjer, alt kommer til å være fullstendig gratis, åpent, fritt, og så...
The first company was separated.
Det som er bra.
Just like that for
det er det som er kroppen her da. Vi har som moral på vår side. Vi vil ikke tjene penger, vi vil frie mennesker. Vi vil gjøre folk fri og uavhengig. Så den dypeste motivasjonen er ikke faktisk å tjene penger, selv om det kanskje kan se ut Fintech og alt det her. Det er liksom det ser ut som skriver, det er egentlig veldig ideologisk, veldig moralsk, veldig vi skal empower the people, liksom. Vi skal frigjøre alle. Så det er sånn, ja, for at
What I know so far is I know a lot
så smart person bare samle seg, og bare for at det er den retningen det går, selv om alle ikke vet det, så bare det er det sånn det går.
Oh yeah, so from what you've seen so far in OsloFintech or OsloFintech?
drevet av penger. Hver enkelt individ til å gjøre seg selv rik, men det grunnleggende greia er at det går mot den frigjøringen av livet. Ja, men
so 7 million at our working rate, maybe 5 times that's outcome of the first. And then you have the next we call it BitSpace, where you have market value. Monetization and all that thing. So you can come in with that deal with it. No.
Vi innser at vi er knyttet til hverandre. Hvis ikke barn alltid har bra svenner heller, men vi er avhengig av
So what was happening? The first year I was
I just changed the very
Does it make sense to come again and go back home? Doesn't make sense.
So let's come back to how do you been around for like 8 years. So the system has been helping big companies and other stuff to create new products and get people out of their box, get them from
leter etter nytelse og unngår smerte. Det er det eneste vi gjør da. Det er litt mye for vi er alle som føler oss som redde for foreldre. Så det er sånn, ja, nå har jeg foreldre, nå har en stat som har føler oss i kontakt med
Yeah, he looks like the nerve.
Let's get out of that. To leave, to scrap.
Walk in and it's like this really narrow room. Really, And so going up, what? Okay, this is weird. Maybe it's the whole platform is like this narrow, because it's literally like 2.5 meters narrow. And it's quite long. And when I got up, it was right under the roof. Yeah, we're probably everywhere, but one more has
Oh yeah. I was hoping to come on Thursday because the planes were cheaper, but I didn't realize why it was cheaper because they asked me to go by bus to Munich at 4 a.m. Like, next one. You mean outside?
Skal vi komme tilbake etterpå, eller?
Skal vi komme tilbake etterpå?
Yeah, that's what I was feeling like stuck there. Skjer det noe med streamen hvis jeg låser PC-en?
Jeg stopper den nå.
Nei, ikke stopp den.
Ja, men jeg har begynt med den allerede.
Hæ?
Skal jeg sette den i gang?
Ja, ikke stopp streamen. Ja, men jeg tror ikke å ha stream gående.
Det er jo ikke det. Det er jo tomt her, så det er ingen vits.
Jo, men det har jeg sagt. Steven skal være på. Men hvis jeg låser den PC-en...
Vi må jo stoppe den uansett.
Nei.
Jo, vi må jo det, ellers får vi jo ikke lagre opptak.
Ja, men vi skal tilbake hit. Kan jeg få lov å låse den?
Ja, gjør det da.
Det var det jeg måtte vite.
Ja, så har vi tilbake hit.
Skrur den seg av, Tor?
Det vet jeg jo.
Ja, men det er derfor jeg spør. Hvis jeg låser den, skrur den av streamen?
Det vet jeg jo ikke. Antageligvis ikke.
Samme bagasje.
Du har en barnslig fascinasjon med å styre med ingenting. Jo da, jeg synes du må gjøre en utgangspunkt.
security protocols. So always use 2 independent escalators.
Ja, streams up. Ja, jeg skjønner det. Men ja, vi er ferdige nå. Så var det du ville prate med Kristian, eller? Probably always there for a while, but I already told my host that I'll my soon. So yeah. This is the problem because I couldn't just pick at the time and I would like to. Okay. Because I do not want to make my host uncomfortable. Yeah.
Oh, I got the spare key, so I can.
Yeah. So.
You have a key? Yeah, the place where I live, so I can go there wherever I want. Right. But it's a shared apartment.
Wow. Så bare til Kristian med å være på den samtalen her, så skal jeg sitte og skrive. C-lines, nesten samme til meg. Eller hvilken er det du bruker meg? Vanlig BitSpace? I know that copying the making the Steam version of Curation. There is our Steam version of Curation. Only for same people as BitSpace. Only the Yes. I'm not sure. Vi har jo hatt et par 4-5 ingen av oss som har lyst til det. Ja.
Also, I don't know if it's intentional or if it's a bug, but in the transactions in Western, you know when there are numbers between the transaction name and then a number? One of them skips the number and then 2224 or something like that. No, when they're defined the transaction. So then when I have for the pretty good. I didn't have that.
I can't really follow what numbers you're talking about.
I'll show you.
You found an error or something. Yeah.
So then I just monkey patched it. Operation names. So in Piston, there's one that skips a number.
Oh, really?
And then
that can be.
I just copied
as long as I'm not using it, then.
Why don't you use the protector?
Witness proxy is probably, I never saw that witness proxy. Yeah, can be.
I don't remember which one was missing.
Yeah, I never saw a witness proxy, but yeah, as long as I'm not, but most of them haven't been defined at all. Like, we don't need the code stuff. Like, what for?
And I just added all the methods.
Yeah, that's cool. I can
move these back.
We have all of them?
Yeah.
Oh, we need tests for that. Otherwise, I'm
transfer from safe. This one doesn't work. I can figure out why.
Like, go back to the transfer. We can compare that with. I'm going to show you how to do that. Well, we just add all of them to the Python Steam code, and like I can show you how to do the actual tests and see if they match with what you expect from the keyboard. And then you can add a test using it, and then you can go through all the tests and complete all of it. And stuff if you want, if you have the time to actually add all of this. But you can do it, yeah, sure.
Perfect.
exchange rate. Okay, that's not an operation.
This is a helper for.
I have this as well. Yeah.
This I copied from.
Yeah, I can show you how to actually test this.
These are new.
Windows Update is a new one. But it's not too difficult to understand what's happening. It's super easy. Just to need someone to do it. Cool. Yeah, then we can go to this.
Yeah, once we have that, once we have the
yeah, cool. I'm actually looking forward to kind of grow a little development community. I'm actually looking forward to for instance, I have all the code ready to run to add buy Steem and buy Steem dollars in the internal marketplace. Yeah, well, maybe we should discuss this more in the morning or something.
For the market maker.
No, I show you in the morning all of the steps and then we can.
Så det går vel an å starte. Jeg tenker det er jo fortsatt folk